Hello, how's it going? How's it going, everyone? It is a Saturday. I can't believe it. Streaming on this Saturday once again. It's been so wonderful. It's been really nice. I didn't get to stream last weekend, but the weekend before was pretty good. I think that what's it called? It is one of those things where it kind of feels nice to be able to play on the weekends both times. I think that it's something where last weekend I wasn't able to do it a lot because I had like two things. That Saturday was a really wonderful like birthday celebration for my roommate. And then on Sunday, it was a visit to my family. I'll be resuming as usual. I think with Thursdays though, I'm still kind of thinking about it. I'm still like on hold with it. I'll figure it out once once the pieces start to fall together. But at the moment I'm kind of like wondering if there is something I would be able to, what's it called? If there is something I'd be able to stream for a short amount of time. Part of me is kind of thinking of maybe like seeing if I could do like a visual novel maybe? Like The Silver Case perhaps? Yeah. What's it called? I ended up, what's it called? Not too much happened. It just got really freezing. It just got super cold, like, within the past few days. It's been kind of nice, but also very chilly. It's nice to be able to have warmer clothes. It's funny to say warmer clothes because Rockna is always kind of wearing a jacket. But it's nice to be able to go outside and wear warmer clothes. But, what's it called? I got a little bummed out before the weekend started because I ended up trying to figure out what to watch. I've been addicted to this one like tennis anime called like Aim for the Ace from like '73, I believe. It's a wonderful show, but like I've been wanting to scratch that itch for like something more something more like sports heavy. But like when I was trying to figure out what to watch yesterday, I couldn't think of any of the sports ones. So it was between some like really old like horror film I wanted to watch and finally ripping off the band-aid and watching The Stranger by the Shore. That was supposed to be like a film that people like kind of look to. I guess some people like kind of, I feel like it kind of gets a little notoriety for being like, I guess the quote-unquote like some kind of BL. I mean, it has its like kind of tinge of like non-wholesomeness, but I feel like for the most part a lot of people get overzealous when it comes to like BL that doesn't have exactly all of the, I guess that doesn't have the old like Junjo Romantica tropes, or people treat all BL like it's all Junjo Romantica. But what's it called? I watched Stranger by the Shore. Man, I kind of like, what's it called? It's a fine movie, but I got a little pissed because like Shun reminded me of my ex. He was always talking about how I could never understand him because I didn't find out that I liked dudes until far later on, and like I didn't exclusively like dudes. As a bi person, like you're kind of shut out of that. But instead of like getting to know him, he just kind of like kept on shoving me aside and being like kept telling me that I could find a girl or something and I wouldn't have to come out, and that just set me off. That pissed me off. I was with Mia where I was like, look, I came all of this way, like the reason I'm here is because we consider each other boyfriends. Like I personally have feelings for you. If I didn't have feelings for you, then I would have left, but I didn't leave. I'm here. Man, I was seeing red though the moment I heard him actually say you could find a girl, because that was always the line that like he would use every time he would just want to like push me further away from him. I've been thinking of trying to extend an olive branch because it's been a decade and I don't want to hold on to a lot of like the resentment I have for him, but I feel like it's a silly train of thought because I don't know if he still has the whole I don't know if it would be even okay for me to reach out to him, because it's like the optics of reaching out to an ex from like the outside in looks very shitty. It's one of those, oh man, look at you, like, what's it called? Life's just like gotten you to this point where you're starting to look to the very past to try to see if there's any loose ends that you could tie up without it being too serious. But I don't know, I guess I just didn't want to hold on to that kind of feeling. Like, what's it called? I know I have a lot to apologize to him for, and he has a lot to apologize to me for, but it's one of those things where I was hoping to at the very least be able to have that bridge, or have that option. And I think that now that it's been so long, like it's been like a decade since I've seen him, like part of me like thinks that maybe it wouldn't do any good. Maybe it might do good. I'm not sure. It's scary, but it's one of those things that I guess got me thinking, like, that maybe I shouldn't just kind of, I should be able to say everything I can before things get harder. Like, it's not a secret or a lie that, what's it called, this incoming American administration is going to treat a lot of us like dog shit. It's gonna be terrible. There might be some solace if they really just are too busy bickering amongst themselves to get anything done. But I feel like a lot of the damage always gets done to people who are disenfranchised the most. So even though a lot of people will survive this, a lot of people won't. And I think that I want at the very least be able to extend that olive branch before things get really bad. Sorry. I know it's a bit of a bleak start, and it's one of those, like, it's a bit of a deal, it's a bit of a bummer. But I'm going to get started with the game because I have it up. Let's see. I have this up because I was deeply afraid of, like, what's it called? Having this shift into, like, a demo or a video or something. But this is the game. This is the Somnium Files. It is a game where you play as a detective named Date. Let's see. Let me actually check this out. Because I think the latest one, it was this one, 556. Because, like, I played it for a lot longer than I thought I would. I think I was planning on playing it for like 2 to 3 hours, but I ended up playing it for 4. Alright. Mizuki. Mizuki's awake. Mizuki is woke. Sorry, that was a low-hanging fruit. I feel like I can't take the complaints of it seriously, because I always think of that one drag artist that like does like the Canadian French. It's like c'est what toi, c'est where left, mes impronouns, Quebec, Français, barbecue, go Habs go. Let's see. It is. Mizuki, you're awake. What is your latest venture now that you are awoken? Let's see. Are you hungry?
I'm fine now. But I didn't forget your promise.
Oh, you heard me through the, what's it called? The ramen promise.
A promise?
Ramen.
The ramen that you hate so much.
You said you'd take me.
So you heard that, huh?
Aphonia only affects speech. Her hearing should still be intact.
Sure, Mizuki. When we're all done here.
Alright, we got some ramen noodles, some ramen to be able to enjoy. Let's see, about the figure I saw.
Say, Mizuki, who was that figure I saw?
Mizuki. Sorry, I read it as Mizuki. I was like, wait a second.
What?
In Somnium, in your dream, I saw a silhouette.
Silhouette.
Date, Mizuki would
Of a
not
man.
understand the question.
Scaramouche. Scaramouche. Can you do the fandango? Let's see.
She does not experience somnium as you do. You are witnessing a dream inside her brain.
Like, I don't know if what Pepsi Man is up to. Not Pepsi Man's dad. Let's keep asking her.
Never mind. Did you see anyone at the merry-go-round the night you found Shoko?
I did. I saw someone
Who
in the
this?
corner past the merry-go-round.
Who did you see?
Just a guy.
I don't know.
A thing.
It was dark and raining. They looked scary, so I hid inside the merry-go-round. The door was open a little bit, so I snuck in.
Oh man, just like in the, what is it called? The beginning of the game. Yeah.
Hey, can I pop this chair?
Hey, not in front of her! That's filthy, Date. Mia's Date, that was pretty awful. Not around Mizuki. Even Boss is like, Jesus. Even Pewter is like, oh, that was a groaner.
Date, you sounded quite proud of that pun. Perhaps you'd like to repeat it?
No thanks.
Perhaps you'd
It's not
like
the
to
same as the
explain the joke. Oh no. A chair. We were not going to explain that. Alright, Mizuki. How you doing? How you doing?
I told you, I'm fine. So annoying.
Hey, I'm just trying to be a good dad.
I annoyed you already, huh?
The pressure is annoying.
What pressure?
Force over area measured in pascals, dummy.
I see she is back to her usual
Her
self.
usual self of being mean.
Her attitude is within normal parameters.
Thank goodness she's back, and now I get to hear all of the insults.
I think I liked her better when she was silent.
But I know, Date, you deserve all of the ire. No matter what. Oh man, that's like the game. The Somnium files.
I can't tell you.
Why not?
Because I don't want to.
That's not a reason. You were at the scene of the crime because of that Nile message.
Yeah, let me be right back. I heard something. My cat's being... It's like my cat's making... What's it called? Like scattering around. So I'm like, Prue, come on over here. What's it called? Little baby. There we go, Prudence. What's it called? Wanna jump up? Jump up? Wanna play this game for me? It's a pretty easy one for cats to play. All you have to do is just... Oh, sorry. I'm not going to sacrifice you to Date, Prudence. I know he's a scary guy, but there's a screen that's like interfering with it. He's not gonna eat you.
Whoever sent it to you is a prime suspect.
I don't think she is going to answer. When she is in a mood, it's impossible to get her to talk.
Just get her some
That's
ramen.
the kind of girl she is.
Sometimes I think you know her better
Or
than
be a
I do.
terrible dad and wait until she sleeps and then check the Nile messages.
How long do you think I've been observing her?
It's been 4
It's like,
years
the
now.
bar is already in hell, Date. It can't get any lower than that.
Correct. I know things that even you do not know.
Like? Actually, never mind. Some things I'm better off not knowing.
By the way, we already looked into Mizuki's cell phone.
So we already got the answers.
Unfortunately, the contents were
Oh
wiped.
no, we don't got the answers.
I'm tracing
like
the sender of
sweat.
the Nile message through other means, but it's taking me some time.
Alright, Pewter. You gotta do your computer magic to be able to find this number. Let's see, Mizuki. Mizuki is lying in the couch. Lying in the chair. She's also lying with her words. She seems to be doing okay, but she's got that gloomy look in her eyes. I sympathize with her. Last night she saw her mother. Well, she saw what no kid should ever have to see. It'll take a while for her to get back to normal. I guess I should do an effort to sound like Date. It's like, what's my most scumbag voice? I'm Detective Date. What's it called? I want to make a cherry popping joke. Sorry. It's like, is that what you think of me, Rachna? Alright, boss. What do we gotta do? About Mizuki, what is it?
Yeah, I'm glad she's talking again. You healed the wounds in her heart by syncing with her. Well, you meaning you and Iva.
Can give me full credit now.
The boss has extraordinary perception.
The boss.
I deserve much of the credit for helping Mizuki recover her voice.
All you did was follow my instructions.
Date, Mizuki needs you.
Mizuki. Everyone's saying
Protect
Mizuki.
her.
Protect. Alright, about what I saw in that Somnium, what was that about?
No need to report specifics.
Man, my bang
We
keeps
saw it
on
all
making
from here
me
in the
wink.
control room. What the Sinker sees in Somnium is projected here, remember? We've got it all recorded.
Isn't it incredible? I invented it.
Way to go, Pewter. You're the goat.
Anyway,
That's
we
why
know about the
everyone
figure
loves
you
you.
saw. I wonder who that could be.
Let's see. Do you have any questions? A lot's happened.
Right, there was something.
There is something. What is it?
Hey, Mizuki. When we found you, you were holding the ice pick, right?
Correct.
Can you tell us why?
When I got there, the ice pick was stuck in my mom's eye.
Man, that's brutal.
I couldn't think straight. The only thing I could think was I had to get it out.
So, you panicked and pulled it out.
Yeah,
And you held on to it when you hid in the column.
yeah.
Do you have any questions?
Okay, just one more question. This is very important.
We gave you that line message. I'm answer.
When you pulled out the ice pick, was Shoko's eye still there?
I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
The eye socket was empty.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mizuki. That was very helpful.
Boss shines in moments like this. She doesn't hesitate to ask anything.
Now we know that Mizuki did not remove the victim's eye.
When we got to the scene, it was definitely missing.
And it has not yet been recovered. We can therefore conclude it has been removed from the scene.
Oh man, your eyes. Would you not believe your eye, the Somnium? The boss is staring at Mizuki. Mizuki is lying in the chair. Let's see, is there any other clickables? Steel shelf. There is a metal shelf. Yeah, I guess that's the thing. I guess I'm gonna have to reach out to Buter. Let's see, that's a lot to talk about. Not the Somnium. Hi, Buter.
In a normal dream, the person experiencing the dream cannot remove themselves from it. Dreams are first-person experiences. However,
Dreams are like
the circumstances are slightly different during a sync. The syncer dives into the subject's mind and experiences their subconscious thoughts. But this dream is experienced as an observer, as though you were watching a play. The subject is the author, director, and actor.
Oh man,
The syncer is merely the
like
audience.
Psychonauts. Diving into dreams. Man, I should play Psychonauts soon. It's a good game.
Aiba is linked to your brain with an artificial nerve.
I was like, wait a second, am I watching a let's play of my own game?
To put it more simply, Aiba is a part of your brain. During syncing, your consciousness is sent into the subject's Somnium. Part of Aiba's self is also synced, but only a part. Not all of Aiba's functions are transferred into Somnium.
So that's why Somnium Aiba is so dumb.
Don't call me dumb.
Rude. Let's see, about Aiba's appearance.
Hey, Pewter, when we were in Somnium earlier, Aiba was in human form. She's never looked like that before.
That was Aiba's idea.
Alright.
What?
I thought you would be more pleased. I designed it to your taste.
What part of that was my taste?
Your taste. Let's see. Let's see what Date's taste is.
I know everything inside your mind. You don't have to hide it.
Pewter, Aiba's broken. She's talking crazy.
I am not broken.
Perhaps Aiba admires the human form.
It's not that. It was just a little something.
What research did you do to create this?
I consider Kaname Date to be my host. I owe him gratitude. I simply thought that appearance would make him happy.
Why would that make me happy?
You'd have a friend with a physical form.
No.
It's a little, it's like, that's a little hopeful. I think that part of it's also because of this stuff that he consumes.
I saw it too.
Who or what do you think it was?
Oh man.
Most likely someone Mizuki saw in person projected into her subconscious.
I learned that the guy who created this had been slightly involved in Pepsi Man. Yet it wouldn't be too far off if he was the killer.
Dreams can only be constructed from images and experiences the subject was present for. Mizuki's Somnium couldn't have contained that figure if she didn't see it in person. Of course, not everything we see in our dreams looks exactly the same as it did in the real world. You saw some strange things in Somnium earlier, didn't you, Date? That event you experienced is obviously not as it happened in reality. Dreams are a collage of many memories, intertwining and blending with each other. Your skills as a syncer allow you to untangle those dreams.
This would be pretty
solve
troublesome as a
mysteries no one else
carousel.
can.
Very problematic. Let's see. Who do you think the suspect is?
Pewter, who do you think the culprit is?
Well, let's see.
I think it's you and you fell asleep. I think Date, you've been killing people while you've been sleepwalking.
Perhaps it was you, Special Agent Date.
What's it called? Pewter's got his third eye open. Whoa, he's got his Eye the Somnium Chronicle open. Man, we got the same wavelength. Oh man, Date, watch out. It might just be you.
What?
Yeah, you didn't think of that before? No, I think
I'm
you're
kidding.
onto something, Pewter. Do you see the look in Date's like non-Aiba eye? There's definitely murder in that. There's murder in that glare. Let's see.
Anyway, I get the story.
The eye of a killer. Aiba's eye is a pure eye, but the other eye is the eye of the killer.
Mizuki witnessed a suspicious person at the scene, but she didn't get a good look at them.
Maybe there's something at the scene we missed. Date, could you return to the scene of the crime?
Yes.
There
You just
might
want
be
the
more to
window,
Bloom
you don't want
Park
me.
than we first thought.
Oh, hey. She just wants the window. I really need to get better drapes. Hey, don't go to the map. I still have things to talk about with Pewter. He's standing with his hands in his pocket. Well, I just see one hand in his pocket. The other one is holding a peace sign. Let's see. Let us see. Instead of these grandpa references and grandpa jokes I keep giving, let us instead move the map. Bloom Park. Actually, I need to grab something a moment. I'll be right back. I am back. Hello, I am back. Let's see, Elgato. There we go. I have a bottle of iced jasmine green tea with my name on it. Yeah. Oh, I've been craving it. I have such a nice, nostalgia tied to this. You know, some things are always different, some things are always changing, but unsweetened jasmine green tea, that's always just as pleasant as the first sip. It could be a little colder. I'm gonna pop it in the freezer for a bit. No, I don't want spam. I got a spam call. Let me put a timer on for an hour. If it freezes, it freezes. If it doesn't, it means I have a refreshing, bottle of iced tea. Alright, perfect. I don't want to hear the voicemail. I'm like, this is probably just, hey guys, I'm here to, what's it called? Yeah, it's 8 seconds long. All of these are just 8 seconds long, fishing for spam. The longest one is this one from Texas. Oh god, it's actually playing. That's also spam. When I returned to the scene, I brought Mizuki with me. I saw a suspicious figure in Somnium, but I couldn't be sure of what exact position or location it's in. I brought Mizuki along to help pin it down.
Somewhere around here, right?
Yep.
The darkness. Oh, a Ferris wheel. The eye that doesn't blink. Here's the horse turned upside down. Looks like a sad overturned insect. In Tokyo, even nighttime is bright. Even in the patches of sky, you can't see the stars. Oh, a UFO! No wait, that's a plane. Oh, a UFO! No wait, that's a drone. Oh, a UFO! No wait, that's just a grandma. That grandma's booking it through the night sky. I must be really, really tired. There are no stars tonight. Kabasaki District buildings in the distance. Is there anything real? The sky is the same. Bench. Just a bench. Alright, Mizuki. Wait, what's past this? In the past, there would have been a nice paved path here. It's covered in brush and weeds now. But I could still make out the trail heading back. Figure went this way. Path through the bushes. Are you cold?
What do you care? You never cared about me ever. And I liked it that way. I don't want you getting close to me. You think I like you now because I hugged you after the sink?
Oh.
Did you think, aw, how sweet, she likes me?
Man, Mizuki's gotten, like, what's it called? She's laying it thick.
Don't get it twisted.
Don't get it twisted. I heard this from... It was so funny when what's-his-name said it in SMT5 Vengeance. Yakumo. You just have this very, like, just imposing man just being like, don't get it twisted. It's like, it's the funniest thing you could have said.
I only hugged you because you were standing right in front of me. Could have been anything. Could have been a pole or cactus. In fact, I wish it were a cactus. So stop worrying about me, okay?
So she says.
Like, jeez. Do you remember anything?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I do. I'm not telling you because I hate you, Date.
What do you
Stupid
remember?
asshole. Fuck you, Date.
I went to this amusement park when I was little.
Let's see, I went to the amusement park.
I was 4. I remember it so clearly. This is where I saw my mom and dad smile.
Now you saw your mom with a pick in her eye.
I had so many happy memories here.
Well, you'd have a one really bad one.
The only happy memories I really have are from here. Memories of my family are so bright and colorful.
Man.
But now, this is where Mom...
I know this isn't the same, but it's kind of like when I used to go to like this nice little like mall and movie theater that used to be really like nice and quaint. And then it got knocked down and turned into a charter school. There's a library attached to it, so it's not... the library was pretty nice. I got like friends of the library stuff from there all the time. I got Samurai Champloo, the video game there for cheap. It can't be all that bad. I mean, or what's it called? Those are just the bright side. Like, you saw your mom die here. But what's it called? We're also having a little investigation. We're hanging out. This is a... what's it called? We're having more family affairs here. So what's it called? We can make new good memories here. Trying to find out who killed your mom. I know it doesn't sound good, but trust me. We're all going to grow very close. And what's it called? It'll be like, what's it called? Mama and Papa. Or what's it called? Father-daughter bonding.
Nothing. Just wondering where this goes.
Mizuki's looking behind. Wait, there was another route. I had another option.
Iba, what's past here?
This leads to the subway.
The subway?
It has of course closed down. It is no longer in service.
Man,
This is due to
that's
the
the
explosion
exact
at chemical
place where
plant
you would
that occurred
find
years
like
ago.
What a horde of enemies in Yakuza.
The surrounding district of Kawasaki was contaminated and declared off limits. Bloom Park closed for the same reason, as did all commerce and industry in Kawasaki. This means the railroads and public transportation to and from this area
That's
were shut down
crummy.
as well.
The subway. Iba, does the entire track run underground?
No, the track leading northward from Bloom Park eventually rises to ground level.
At a railroad crossing?
Correct.
Then the tracks must cross a surface street at some point.
Correct.
Correctamundo. Trail crossing. Oops. Railroad crossing.
Iba, do me a favor. Can you see if any cars were driving on that surface street last night?
Searching.
Hey, you've been quiet for a long time. Are you okay?
I hope so.
I'm just thinking.
I've got something. I picked up a single vehicle traversing that street last night. A black SUV. I ran the plate through the vehicle registration database to find the owner.
Who
was it?
Up.
Shoko Nadami's ex-husband and Mizuki's father,
Oh damn.
Renju Okiura.
Heartbreaker.
So let me get this straight.
Sorry, I'm only half.
You think that Daddy drove his car on the tracks through
But I
the
think
tunnel?
your dad is half too. Let's see. I think that daddy drove his car in the tracks.
Stopped at the closed down station and carried Mom's body to the park?
I can't prove it was Renju. There's a chance someone else was driving the car.
Yeah.
Or someone stole his car.
But, in any case, I know that the suspect must have used the subway tracks. That explains why there were no cars parked near the scene. Using that subway station could take the body right to the merry-go-round without being caught on camera.
Daddy didn't do it.
I am not so certain.
Man, I'm going to cover the entire steering.
Either way, I have to talk
Use
to
my
Renju.
eyesight to completely block the windshield, so I'm just riding on the seat of my pants on this highway.
And you can help me find him.
Oh. Dashboard. Wheel. Let's see, is there anything else? There's nothing I can point to outside. There's no radio. Oh, there's a glove box. Alright, glove box. Oh, it's just the glove box. Can't turn to the side, I need to click on Mizuki through here. When's the last time you saw Papa Dukes?
I think about a week ago. When I went to hang out
Just
at
about
Lemon
a week
Escape.
ago.
Did you notice anything different about him?
Nothing really. He was the same as usual.
And he didn't come to see you in the hospital, did he?
No.
Not even for his own daughter.
That is very unusual.
When's the last time you spoke with him?
I don't remember. It was a while ago. What about you?
What about me?
You tried calling him.
I did. Called earlier. I tried a few times last night.
He didn't answer.
And he didn't pick up?
No.
Man, he's neglecting the both of us. We're both searching for a daddy, and we keep on being let down.
Hey, Mizuki, tell me again. The person you saw at the merry-go-round.
No. It wasn't Daddy. I know it wasn't.
You're sure?
Well, I don't know.
I feel like you could tell the bowl cut from like a mile away.
Mizuki, Renju sent you that Nile message, didn't he?
What?
I got this buddy of mine. Real bad personality, but real good with technology. I got some help from them.
Bad personality.
There was a message sent at 8:05 last night. Does it sound familiar? Mizuki, Daddy got caught up in something serious. Please come to Bloom Park's merry-go-round right away. Daddy needs your help. Please do as I say.
Yeah, that was it. It was from Daddy's phone.
What was Dad?
But I didn't want to say anything because that would make Daddy a suspect, so...
So you kept quiet.
Yeah.
So you what's it called? You blocked an investigation.
My dad's never said anything
You
like
wouldn't be
that to me,
incriminated.
ever.
No.
That he was counting on me? I had to go.
But you invited Ota along.
Bloom Park is in the middle of the Kawasaki district. There are a number of homeless individuals in a high crime rate there. Mizuki must have been worried about going alone.
Man, you think Ota would have been... And then Ota ditched her though.
But it couldn't be him.
So that barely even helped.
Why not?
Daddy couldn't have sent the message. Someone else must have used his phone. And his car. Daddy wasn't driving the car either. Somebody else did it.
He was set up.
The killer did it, not Daddy.
It would be a little too easy.
The only evidence we have
It
so
was the
far
dad.
leads to one conclusion. The cell phone and the car were both operated by Renju Okiura.
She wants to be on the gamer chair. I'm on a shitty IKEA
That's
one.
it. Incoming call
What's
from
it
the boss.
called?
Connected.
Hey, I just got the report from
It's a
Ivan.
little easier on my back. Right, at least a little easier on my posture. It forces me to kind of be, like, upright instead of
Renju is a
slouching.
suspect?
He's definitely suspicious.
I agree. I think he's our number one suspect.
Also, Amana likes the gamer chair more, so she usually uses that one.
He's been acting strange since last night.
Now Priya likes to use it, I guess.
He didn't come see Mizuki in the hospital, won't pick up his phone, and he vanishes after questioning.
Man, I'm so distracted on my cell phone. Oh, boss, you're so fucking funny. I'm going to merge without looking.
He doesn't have an alibi for the time of the murder either.
He doesn't?
No, not one we can corroborate.
Oh, I have to talk to her. Okay. Wait, the rear view mirror. Oh, it just is the rear view. You can see the scenery. Nice. Hello, boss. Why'd you release him?
So Renju was questioned at a local station?
That's right.
Then why didn't you keep him there?
Protocol. Nothing we could do. He wasn't a suspect then, and we had nothing to charge him with. We couldn't hold him. Now, I told you he vanished. Where are you headed?
Renju's house.
Don't bother. I had local cops search the place. Didn't find anything.
Well, I think those cops didn't find him.
Where could he be?
About Renji's question.
He didn't give us any new information. He didn't have much to say at all, really.
About Renji's alibi.
Shoko's time of death was estimated to be about 5 p.m. yesterday. Renju claims that he was at home alone at the time. But that means no one can back up his story.
I can see boss through my left eye. I have a streaming the image in real time. I have a cell phone. Never cared for them. But I can connect to any in range. That's how I'm able to communicate with HQ. Mizuki, I look like I'm talking on Bluetooth. She doesn't see what I see.
Alright, boss.
Hello,
Let me know if
Laser
you find
Charles. How's it
something.
going? What's it called? Everything's going good on my end. I just kind of started, so what's it called? There wasn't too much time. There wasn't too much of the needle that was pushed with this particular game. It was 49 minutes, but a lot of it was mostly just talking with Mizuki. learning that, what's it called, her dad Renju might just be connected to the murders.
Where the hell did Renju go?
Oh wait, what's it called? There was an auto ban for somebody that was doing a best viewers on blank. I remember that. Wait a second.
Sunpoke?
What?
Sunpoke?
Sunpoke. Or something.
Oh, Sunfish Pocket.
Oh, thank
Renju
you.
was telling me about that place. It's a maid cafe that he runs.
Alright, doing good, nice.
I found it.
I've been doing pretty solid as well. And hi Yuri Seraphim, how's it going? What's it called? Not too much has happened on my end. I ended up just grabbing some things for, I guess, cooking this weekend? Or I guess for next week. Because
In Akihabara.
we got the holidays coming up. And I have a sweet potato casserole to bake. I know the button is really easy to press. I need to find as many fun sound effects as I can and just like throw them into the bank. Right, Sunfish Pocket. Let's see, how much time is left on my tea timer? 42 minutes. Tea. What?
Can't be.
Wait a second. Oh no, they killed somebody. Is that her dad? No, it's her dad. Oh, sorry. This is a little bleak. Man. Both of your parents. Not an emotional damage.
Emotional damage!
No. Not emotional damage. Not for this grisly scene. No.
Renju.
What happened? Yeah, I need to actually get past this part before I could talk about the sweet potato. Okay, so yeah, usually for Thanksgiving, it could have been cupcake again. I guess emotional damage kind of fits into this because this is emotionally damaging for Mizuki. This is a very rough one. It's like, well, that messed me up.
You look awful. Have you been sleeping any?
Barely. But yeah, usually on like, what's it called? On Thanksgivings, like, my parents have like it, so I usually have to bring something over as like a potluck sort of thing. My roommate usually likes to bring over some mac and cheese. But I usually like to do like a bourbon sweet potato like casserole. Or like I use like a vanilla bourbon for like the potato filling, and then for the topping I do like a really nice spiced like pecan praline. And it's really good. It's so nice together. Last time I didn't make enough sweet potato, so this time I bought like really massive ones.
My best friend was murdered, boss. I don't have it in me to sleep right now.
Oh man, all of the things were fresh. Man, I was like, pewter looks so big. I'm sitting down. Oh, it's because I'm sitting down. Boy band poster. Oh, these are just things where I don't think pewter is going to react to a lot of this. Sounds good. I want some, please. Man, that would be... It's like, I can't wait till I make it. It's probably gonna come out really good this time. I just hope I have enough, like, ingredients. But I have a basic recipe to go off of. And with that much in mind, there's at least, like, a little bit of, like... What's it called? A little bit of flexibility. Because I know what works, but now I know, like, there might be things I might be able to add to it. To make it a little more, like, zesty or flavorful. You seem troubled, Pewter. Oh, I think he really liked Renju. I mean, we all liked Renju.
2 murders, one right after the other. How could I not be?
Let's see. Why are you here anyway?
Am I not allowed to be here?
Yeah, he looks like, what's it called? He's like a tech guy who's like got like a lot of, he kind of helps run like the ability to go inside of the dream spaces. But he's like dressed like he's from the future. Everyone else is very much like a part of this world. Like this is actual like just regular Japan, but he's like dressed like he's in like the 31st century. It's definitely like a Rachna jacket with like the little like kind of just pointy bits. Careful of the pointy bits.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
I was here first. I was just talking to the boss about Renju's murder.
Alright. Any thoughts on the culprit? Oh no, I don't have to see this
Renju
again.
had his left eyeball removed.
It's always with the eyeballs.
Right. Shoko too.
He's dressed like Rachna would. The coat is everything.
So perhaps, Mr. Date, you are the killer.
Amano was floating around the idea of me trying to get like a 2.0 model. And I feel like maybe if I did, I should probably use maybe Pewter as a basis. Because this is a pretty good fit. I also kind of want to get like little antennas. Where like, I think that was it called. It would be really nice if like, I gave him a little extra like alien stuff. Because like the eyes are nice, but I feel like maybe perhaps like, it'd be nice to kind of have like little like extendable like ear like kind of antennas. I'd love to be able to conceptualize that. Once I have enough dough, once I get that money rolling, like I need to, what's it called? Like send the idea over to Kite and see if like they'd be able to like get something nice from the idea.
You're missing your left eye. So you steal them from others.
I envy Date being like, you're the killer because what's it called? You have one eye missing, so now everyone else has to have one eye missing.
I'm kidding. Only a joke.
Why are you joking about this matter? Somebody died.
I'm too tired for your jokes right now, Pewter.
Actually, you lost your eye 6 years ago, correct?
You know, Boss theorized that it might have been myself.
Yes, but I don't remember anything.
Unless he's always just like, Pewter's default is always like, you definitely look like the killer, Date.
I lost my eye and my memories.
I was transplanted.
It's like Pewter,
into your
both of
empty eye socket
Mizuki's
a year
parents
later.
died. I know she's not here at the moment. I don't think she's here at the moment. I think this all would have been way too much for Mizuki to have to process.
We have been together for more than 5 years.
It's like, this is not the time. There's TPO. Pewter looks serious, except for the joke he made. Let's see, boss, you got quite a bit. What happened to Mizuki?
She's sleeping at the hospital.
Maybe I should have asked her first.
They're going to give her counseling after she wakes up.
I see.
Her mother and her father. I hope she'll be okay.
Let's see, about Renju.
You were the first on the scene, so you know this better than anyone, but Renju was murdered.
It's like, you think he's gonna get
No way
better
this was a
after
suicide.
this. It's like, no, Date. People die when they're killed.
And the fact that his left eye was removed tells me that this was the same killer as Shoko.
There's a pattern going
Serial
on.
killer.
It's like, we're gonna need
The
a lot
new
more
Cyclops
counseling.
killer.
Every time something new happens in this story, we're just gonna have to add like another extra month or two of counseling.
What?
The new Cyclops killer.
That's the nickname that's been spreading around headquarters.
New.
There's an old one?
Yes, several years ago.
I guess I got hit by the old one.
Pewter.
There is no point in hiding it from him. He would find out on his own eventually. It's all over the news. These murders have gone viral, so to speak. The killings from 6 years ago have continued. The Cyclops killer is back.
6 years ago?
That's when I lost my eye.
Is that what you were talking about, boss?
Yeah, boss. Yeah, boss.
Fine. I suppose you deserve to know.
Tanuki. Let's see. About the incident 6 years ago.
We have a name for it down at HQ. The original Cyclops serial killings.
I guess it used to be called Cyclops serial killings before the new one. So then you had to slap on the original retroactively.
To distinguish it from this new one.
Up.
It was 6 years ago in October. 4 bodies were found in the mountains of Akikawa Valley.
But the decomposition of the corpses were all at different stages. They were each killed sometime during May to September of that year.
But they did have 2 things in common.
Two.
They were all young women. And
They were missing their eyes.
Each corpse was missing their right eyeball, pulled out posthumously.
The Cyclops.
a few days after the corpses were discovered, the killer sent a statement to the press. I killed them, and they are now my dear companions. Something like that.
He signed the statement under the name Cyclops.
Oh, so he
Hence
came
the
up
name,
with
the Cyclops Killer.
The Cyclops is a mythological race of one-eyed
Thank you,
giants.
Ibe.
According to Greek myth, they are the children of Uranus, god of the sky.
It's Uranus.
And Gaia, goddess of earth.
We don't emphasize the anus part of Uranus out of respect.
Cyclops were known for their outstanding strength and smithing ability.
So the letter to the press wasn't a fake? It was the real killer?
Yes, it had to be.
A picture of one of the victims right after she was killed was sent along with the letter.
Was the Cyclops captured? Nope.
No, in 6 years we never got a single trace.
So he could feasibly come
So
back.
maybe Cyclops is responsible for these murders as well.
But he seems to, I guess, expand his clientele now that Renju's a victim.
No, that's impossible.
I guess he only liked young girls,
Why?
but not guys. Young guys.
For one, the original Cyclops killer only killed women. Renju doesn't fit that profile. Second, all of the victims had their right eyes removed.
These ones had their left eyes removed.
But Shoko and Renju,
So we got copycats.
We're missing their left eye.
The timing of the eye removal is also inconsistent. The original Cyclops killer removed the eyes after the victims were killed. But Shoko and Renju were both still alive.
Man, Renju's like profile like always has him kind of neutral, but Shoko's is in like despair. What video files is eyesight processing?
But even so, you can't say for sure this isn't our guy. Maybe they're just doing things a little differently now. Or do you have another reason?
Let's see.
I'm sorry, Date, I can't say anymore.
Bullshit, you can't.
What if this helps the investigation?
It's a national secret.
Oh damn.
How can it be a national secret?
Date, please, forget
Man,
about
cover
it.
up of a cover up of a cover up.
I told you already, you don't need to know anything about that case to investigate this one. The criminal for this case and the case 6 years ago are not the same.
Iba, bring up all investigation records of the original Cyclops serial killings.
I already had a look through the database while you were talking. Unfortunately, I found no relevant information. I also did not discover anything of note on the
So
internet.
only the boss can tell me.
Only amateur
And
theories.
she really doesn't want to tell me.
All lacking credibility and evidence.
Damn it.
Let's see. How about you? Getting any sleep?
Of course not. I still got a mountain of work piled up, answering to the higher-ups, the press. I'm just taking a little breather.
Alright, any other info?
That's all we have for now.
All right.
Special Agent Date, we need you to continue your work.
Alright. Oops.
Right. I think I'll head back to where Renju was found, Sunfish Pocket.
Date, you're exhausted. Why don't you get some sleep before you continue your investigation?
I'm fine.
Oh, thank you so
Go,
much.
Emma.
And a posture check too. Alright. Stand up. There we go. I know the ad's coming up soon, so around that time I will be doing a little bit more stretching, but also I'll grab some, see if the iced tea that I have in the freezer is at a good point to drink.
Understood.
Alright, Sunfish Pocket. Yeah, and what's it called? There's like a comfort drink I have that's like unsweetened like iced jasmine tea. And like I got it recently, but I got it like maybe earlier today, so it was a little bit lukewarm.
Date, the vehicle is accelerating 2% slower than usual. Did you put anything in the trunk?
No?
What about the back seat?
Oh, Mizuki. It's there. Okay. Let me wait until the ad hits. I think what's it called? I'll just kind of put the intermission, the be right back right now, so that I'll be able to be here in time for when it ends. And jasmine tea, here I go. I need to fill up with butter too. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. Let me get this going. Oh, oops, not this window. This one. There we go. Let me give a check on this tea, because I feel like it's cold. It feels cold. Oh, there's a little bit that got frozen. Yeah. Yeah, the Itoen bottled like jasmine iced tea. Usually I brew my own tea and coffee. Like, what's it called? This afternoon I had some, what's it called? I believe it was a chocolate hazelnut coffee that I ended up brewing in my, my cone. It was a pour over. I usually do either pour over or French roast, but I like to make my own cups. With tea, it's a little hard to come across tea, so that one I usually have to either find a random loose tea or get like bags. But around when I was in university, like This this unsweetened bottle of jasmine green tea used to be like something they would have in like the fridges near the what's it called? The like little like kind of Asian fusion place that you'd buy like at the cafeteria. Not the cafeteria. It was like more of like a food court because the cafeteria is more expensive. But I used to get that and what's it called? I think it was like a lychee soda. That was really good. But I feel like it's always like a nice little comfort drink, this jasmine tea. But yes, somebody's in the backseat.
Backseat?
You! What are you doing here?
Hey, watch out! Eyes forward, stupid.
Mizuki climbed in the front and sat in the passenger seat. Alright, let's see. Steering wheel.
Hey, Date, what would happen if I grabbed the wheel and spun it
We
super
would
hard?
both die.
We would spend the rest of our very short time together thinking about how stupid that was.
The steering wheel. The dashboard.
Hey, Date, why do they call it a dashboard?
Because it makes the car go faster.
Uh-huh. And why do they call it a tachometer?
It measures how many tacos worth of revolutions the wheels spin. Because a tortilla is round. Obviously.
Not measuring in tacos. The center console. Any fun? Let's see. Being a responsible driver, not being distracted. But it's so difficult actually being focused while driving. There's the rear view mirror. There's no one in the backseat anymore. Glove box.
Is this where you keep your weird stuff?
No, but don't look.
Damn, is it that obvious? He actually does keep bad stuff in there. Damn, Date.
Well, I can still talk this time. Maybe I'm just getting used to it.
Mizuki's psychological wounds have been healed by the sink.
Nice weather.
If you have nothing to talk about, you don't have to say anything.
Fair enough.
You're an adult, shouldn't you know that already? If you start talking about the weather, it means you have nothing to say.
Damn.
Unless the weather's very noteworthy. I'm in Mizuki is Brad.
I ditched the hospital. They're probably freaking out over there right now.
Like we're missing a patient.
I'm taking you back.
No, don't! Nothing will change if I stay at the hospital all day. You're going to investigate, right?
Correctamundos.
Take me with you, I can help.
How is a little runt like you gonna be any help?
I'm Renju's daughter. Maybe I'll notice something you don't. Something only his daughter would know.
I don't know.
My daddy was killed. I can't just stay at the hospital.
I suppose not.
Fine. But don't say I never did anything for you.
You're going to take me along?
Of course.
Just promise not to interfere with the investigation.
Got it.
Look, I'm probably gonna do a lot more to interfere with this than you will, Mizuki.
No, it's more like I don't like sitting still and moping all day. I've grown out of my brooding, pretentious teenager phase.
You have.
Odd thing for a preteen to say.
Are you not aware of Mizuki's mental prowess? She is far more developed than her classmates. She is even reading psychology papers by Alfred Adler.
Sounds pretentious to me.
Let's see, how do you even get in here?
It wasn't locked, I just opened the door. I've
Oh,
been
it's
here for
because
like
I'm
10 minutes.
dumb. It's because I don't lock my car like an idiot.
Why don't your doors have auto locks? I know you like old cars, but you gotta lock the doors.
You should be a little more apologetic for someone who just got caught breaking into my car.
Mizuki does raise a
It's
valid
not breaking
point.
in if you leave everything open.
If you are not more serious about security, you should consider replacing the car altogether.
You
For
too?
being comfortable with it getting stolen at some point. So,
You were talking to yourself again. I heard you. It's creepy. You should cut that out.
hey, I have a reason. I was talking to Aiba out loud and I noticed Mizuki in the car. That must be what she's referring to.
Mizuki is still unaware I exist.
I should tell her at some point. I've just been neglecting.
Yeah, I know there's no reason to hide it, since she already knows about Abyss. But it's just hard to explain. I won't say anything yet.
Understood. But I am ready to be introduced at any time.
It's like, look, my eye has like a speaking component to it.
Just let me know when the time is right.
It's not a proposal, no need to be so formal. Shit, I said that out loud.
Date, I think you should go to the hospital.
And get my eye checked out.
Hey, about Renju.
Oh, it's such a cute image of Renju. This is like a fun little flirty like glance. He's like, hello Date, how's it going? It's been a while. You doing well?
Do you have anything to tell me? Anything at all that might
The
help?
other one was a little more brooding.
Well, it's not about Daddy, but I heard from Daddy that Mom had a secret.
Shoko had a secret?
Don't we all?
Did you know that Mom was the representative of an investment company?
Yeah, I did.
That wasn't a secret.
That whole company was a big scam.
That was the secret.
Scam?
Well, I don't know the details. They start up a company to get people to invest in it, then shut it down on purpose and keep the money.
Man, that would create a lot of enemies.
She got really rich like that.
Shoko did this?
Yep.
By herself?
No, dummy. Of course it was with other people. I saw gangsters there sometimes. If she ever got into trouble, she had them take care of it.
I am scanning all known crime databases, but I cannot find any reports referencing this. They must have been extraordinarily careful.
Anyway, I'm glad you're doing okay.
I'm not okay.
So, you want to go back to the hospital? I'd be more than happy to drop you off.
That's not what I meant. Why are you always so pushy, Date?
I'm not pushy, I'm just worried.
You've got a weird way of showing it. Doesn't look like you're worried. You're just weird.
You've always got something smart to say, huh? You're just like Renju.
Date,
What about Daddy?
Nothing.
You have no tact, do you? This is why you're single and always will be.
That's where you're wrong, kiddo. I look like a single father when you're around. Chicks love it.
Yeah, chicks love to see creepy old men hanging out with a 6th grader.
Hey, what are you implying?
Ooh, did I make you mad? Now I'm stuck in a car with an angry old creepy pervert.
I am not an old creepy pervert. And even if you were my
Dante,
age, you're
that's something
not
a
my
creepy
type.
old pervert would say.
Ew, I don't want to know about your type.
Hey, you started it.
Stupid old man.
Punk-ass kid.
Like, actually beefing with a small child. Alright. Alright, Sunfish Pocket, once again. Did you finally take the body down?
Ah, Detective Date. Good to see you, sir. And this is...
Have you looked through the case file yet?
Oh, I am so sorry.
You're like very insensitive of you
She's
guys.
the victims.
Yes. Please, let us through.
An idle cafe based around, or a maid cafe based around nautical themes. Kind of reminds me of Akiba Maid Wars. that one anime about like the Yakuza like kind of organizations that like, or I guess it's like about like maid cafes being run like Yakuza like organizations, and how like most of like the characters kind of play out their like rivalries like they're all part of like kind of like a gangster movie. Place up to the second floor, nothing out the window. Oh, menu.
Dragon's Palace Pasta, 1,800 yen.
Like 80 bucks.
1,800?
For pasta? That's actually pretty market price for pasta. If you make your own pasta, it's really cheap, but if you buy pasta out, they're gonna like charge you like $18 to like $23.
Isn't that pretty average?
This is average?
Store's menu. A table. Can't find any clues. What about chair? None of these are just regular things. Police officer. It's the status.
Nothing special.
Officers guarding the doorway. Look, camera.
Iba, did you get anything from the surveillance camera?
Unfortunately, no. All of the recordings from local surveillance equipment have been erased.
What about backups?
There are none. Nothing was uploaded to the cloud either.
There's no footage of the incident. Doorway. Club is located at the second floor. We used the elevator to get here.
Iba, can you check the operation records of this elevator?
Searching. Found it. The elevator records are sent automatically to building management. According to the record from yesterday, from 6:30 p.m. until the body was found, this elevator stopped on the second floor only once. At 8:55 p.m. The weight of the car's cargo was approximately 310 pounds.
Elevator only stopped in the second floor once last night. 55, 310 pounds inside. Ooh, pictures. Who are some of these? Probably the girls that work here.
What are you staring at? Creeper.
I agree.
Automatically assuming the worst of him. Pictures of the maids on display. Ooh, lights. Lights that look like jellyfish. Not a clue. Let's see. Policeman. Mizuki? Notice anything strange?
You were telling me earlier that you could spot things only a daughter would know.
I know what I said. I'll tell you if I notice anything.
Notice anything strange?
Did you hear me? I said I'll tell you if I see anything.
Notice anything strange?
Jeez, you're pushy. Pushy men are seen as desperate. This is why no one likes you. Besides, Date? Never mind. Just do your investigation or whatever.
What was she gonna say?
Now is not the time to worry about such things.
You can leave if you want to.
I thought I already told you. Sitting around rotting away in the hospital would be worse.
I should turn off the tea timer.
Still.
I know what you're trying to say. For a little girl to find her dad like that and then want to go back to the scene,
Pretty
I think
bleak.
it's totally weird, right?
In fairness, it is also weird for an adult policeman to acquiesce such a request from a child.
But this is what I wanted. I didn't want to run away from it. I wanted to confront it. I didn't want to be weak.
Remember what you saw last night?
How could I forget? I'll never be able to get that image out of my head. Not until the day I die.
Mizuki's looking at the spot where Renju died.
Are you doing okay?
Oh, sorry. Just staring.
If you're having a hard time, you can tell me.
I'm fine. It's not like the body is lying here.
Are you really okay?
Yeah, I am. Don't you have an investigation to do? Or are you stalling?
I'm stalling. Mizuki asked tough, but deep inside. Beer keg. Renju's corpse was hung by 3 wires. The wires were tied to 3 beer kegs.
Each keg has a capacity of 20 liters. All 3 kegs were filled, in approximately 55 pounds each.
3 beer kegs, that's just the info. Oh, a sign. This on fish pocket. Counter.
The corpse was strung up near this counter.
The autopsy report indicates that the contents of the victim's intestines were excreted upon death. But no traces of that have been found in the area, nor on the corpse itself. This evidence makes it highly likely that Renju was killed somewhere else. It must have been considerably difficult to carry more than 150 pounds.
What do you mean?
Renju weighed approximately 158 pounds. I can estimate a person's weight by analyzing their bone structure, muscle, and fat.
Aiba, can you recall the time we discovered the corpse?
Of course.
What time? Oh wait, I should probably ask the inspector something. Any leads?
No, we didn't find anything today. No, not these past few days.
I thought so. Once this is over, get some rest, alright?
Yeah.
You too, Detective Date.
What's your name again?
What?
I was asking for your name.
My name is Kagami.
Ah, Tadomi, is it?
It's Kagami!
Hiromi?
Kagami?
Nozomi.
I told you it's Kagami! I told you my name like 5 times!
Okay, Tadashi. Oh, I of course remembered his name. His name is engraved in my mind. His name is...
Hey you, what's your name?
Seriously? It's Kagami. Stop bugging him, it's rude.
Excuse you? My best friend, Kagami and I are having a conversation.
Yeah, don't spoil our fun!
Oh yeah, we're in on it.
What?
Oh man, we're actually in on it. Damn. Inspector is investigating something. That's really cute. A trident.
Is that a spear?
It more closely resembles a harpoon of sorts.
Yarr.
I believe this is a trident.
Any chance this was used in the murder?
No. There are no traces of blood on the trident, and no indication that Renju was stabbed.
You know what's really messed up is that there's tridents on these chairs. So I feel like someone could easily trip and like just gouge themselves on this. Like I feel like this is a pretty good way to lose your eye. You're waiting at table and you trip over yourself. You know, standard idol business, you gotta be clumsy and be like, whoops, I spilled the tea, or I dropped the omelet. But what's it called? Instead it turns into Final Destination and you land on this thing. That's gotta be awful. What a horribly designed chair. Doesn't look like you have anything to do with the case, but it should. That's a bad violation of some protocol. Wood barrel, barrel made of wood. Oil drum.
The capacity of this oil drum is 200 liters. It weighs approximately 44 pounds when empty.
Let me check inside.
Is there a person? Ooh, there's a watch.
What?
There's something inside. This is the oil drum.
This is the kind of oil drum that has a lid, right?
Correct.
Let's open it. This is...
Probably Renju's.
This is the wristwatch Renju always wore. No doubt about it. But how did
Why
this
hide
get
the
here?
specific watch though? Man, later I have to ask for some, what's it called? I go for some, what's it called? Either shawarma or doner kebab. They both sound really good right now. Oops, sorry about that. It wasn't big. Oh, I have to investigate the face.
The autopsy report discovered the presence of benzodiazepine.
It's not the best time to describe
It is a common
kebab.
sedative.
That's
The dosage found
I'm
in
so
the victim's
sorry.
bloodstream was extremely high. It can be assumed that Renju's cognitive functions were heavily impaired before his death.
I'm sorry, Renju. Your left eye.
This case bears similarity to Shoko's. The left eyeball was removed while the victim was still alive.
Shouldn't be like this, bro. Right eye's still there. Left eye, it's another Shoko thing. Sedatives were detected in Renji's body. He was barely conscious before he was killed. His neck, deep impressions.
Strangulation?
Correct. The face shows clear signs of congestion, along with petechia around the face and throat. Both are clear evidence of
He's probably
asphyxiation.
choked in advance.
Any indication of the murder weapon?
Most likely a twisted piece of cloth. The culprit approached Renju from behind and wrapped the cloth around his neck, choking him in an attempt to suffocate him. The specific cause of death is cerebral circulation failure due to vessel closure in the neck. Put more simply, the suspect strangled Renju to death from behind.
Do we have an estimated TOD?
Yesterday, around 8 p.m.
It was before he was dressed.
So Renju was murdered about 2 hours before Mizuki and I found the body.
I guess extra neck. That's just the time. Okay, anything else to investigate?
The time of
Body.
discovery was 10:20 p.m. You of course already know this, but you and Mizuki were the first to discover the body was hanged from the ceiling, similar to how a fish would be. A thick hook was embedded in the upper jaw, and the wires connecting to the hook were strung up on one of the ceiling beams. There was also a hook on the other end of each wire. The 3 beer kegs were attached to these hooks. We have found no fingerprints.
There was more elaborate display in this.
I think we've checked everything we need
display
to.
rather than the actual murder method.
I agree. We should compile our evidence and inferences.
Mizuki, you ready to leave?
What? But we aren't done investigating.
We probably
What do
still
you
have some
mean?
more things to do, yeah.
There are still people I want to talk to.
Of course. Let's just click on the body and then leave, because I don't want to look at his face anymore like that. Renju weighed about 60 pounds, definitely murdered somewhere else. You can see the kitchen back there. Kitchen door. Anything else about this place that needs to be investigated? Probably the beer kegs. Evidence marker. No, that's about it. I think that's everything. Alright, Mizuki, what is it? Do you want to talk to Ota?
Yeah. Oda is in here all the time. He might know something. I'll call him.
Ota's phone is broken. He dropped it in a puddle.
Sounds like Ota. He's so clumsy.
We'd have to talk to him in person.
He's probably at Lemniscate or Matsushita Diner.
Let's talk to any places we don't know of.
Well, there is one place. Have you heard of Golden Yokocho in the entertainment district? Daddy used to go to a place called Marble a lot. Maybe they know something about him.
You want to talk to Iris?
Yeah. Daddy owned Lemniscate and Iris works for them. She used to work here too.
So she might know something.
I'll call her.
Mizuki tried to call Iris. There's no answer.
Have any idea where she might be?
I don't know. Iris is into a lot of things.
Alright, so let's leave.
Lemniscate, Matsushita Diner, and Marble. Let's head out.
Okay.
Alright. I guess we'll start with the diner. Man, I got choked up last time. Because I know the VA for Ota's mom. But I think I should be fine now. Let me get a light on. It's so dark in here. Let me stretch a bit.
Hello, welcome. You're Mizuki, right? Ota's friend?
Yep.
And you...
Oh, I
don't think
suppose I
Iris
should
is
introduce
alive
myself more formally.
I feel like she might be. I know that there was a bad route that I stumbled into where she didn't, but I know that each route kind of has different outcomes, and I think a lot of it's tied to how I interact with the Somnium.
At least something a little more than flashing your badge.
She's at least probably in danger.
My name is Kaname Date.
Mr. Date, what can I help you with?
Let me try to see if everyone is all safe and good.
Salt, pepper, a blend of red cayenne and spices, and an unidentified liquid.
It says fermented Mayumi juice.
None of us can figure out what the juice is. Disposable chopsticks. How about you, Mizuki? You been here?
Yeah, I am friends with Oda. I've been here a few times.
Mizuki's standing next to me. Swinging door, family photo. What about the swinging door?
A singing door.
A swinging door.
Virtual mission. Can't comment on the socks. Right cushion.
A riddle. What is the difference between a cushion and you, Date?
What is it?
I don't know. What?
Nothing. You're both soft and get thrown around.
That wasn't bad. You're getting better with the jokes.
Below table. Look at this beer poster.
Hey Date, why do beer ads always have girls in bikinis in them?
Because they make you thirsty.
Why?
I'll tell you when you're older.
Let's see, fortune. It says good luck. The beer ads in the wall. The menus. The window. Oh, this lucky cat. Yesterday, Aiba was saying if you meow in front of a lucky cat, you get a good fortune. I wonder if that's true. It didn't quite pan out in Dawn to Dawn, but what was it called? Let's see, the calendar is wrong, the clock.
Hands off those hands.
Oh.
Just kidding.
Didn't she say the same thing yesterday?
She did.
Not unlike Mayumi. Let's see, what is his menu? There's a menu on the table.
Kuroda Kazuaki's shin meat pickled in miso.
What is wrong with this restaurant?
There's a menu. How about this table? Beer cases. These are menus. Anything else? Anything else? Any flavor text?
It looks like a chocolate button with legs.
It looks like a chair.
It's like, hey, this is the one time she's being really nice to you. Different shoes. I gotta ask. What kitchen? A microwave, a refrigerator. Alright. Hey, you're looking gorgeous today.
Oh, stop, you charmer. But you're not getting a discount out of me.
Ah, bummer.
I knew you were a pedo, Dante, but I didn't think you were a cougar hunter too.
No. It's like you have to announce the first part out loud.
I am neither of those things.
No. Let's see. Where's your husband?
I completely forgot. I wonder where he got off.
Mizuki's brutal. Just laying it on thick. Just jabs at every turn. I know Date kind of brings it upon himself. But Mizuki's brutal.
But he'll come back soon. He always does. Runs off, then comes back.
I'm beginning to have doubts about the management of this establishment.
I as well.
Any recommendations?
Oh, everything here is delicious. But my personal favorite is our omelet rice.
Did you want to eat here?
No, I don't have much of an
It'd be
appetite.
nice at some point.
How's your stomach?
We've been bothering them enough with
Same.
questions.
I don't think I can eat right now.
Is Ota here?
He went out early this morning. I don't know where.
I see.
Took my business card out of my pocket and handed it to Mayumi.
Sorry to be a bother, but when Ota comes back, can you tell him to contact me?
Oh, well, sure.
Thanks, ma'am.
Okay, got it.
Date, let's go somewhere else.
Yeah, let's go.
Alright, we're going to, what's it called? The other place, Lemnis Gate. Let's start off with Lemnis Gate. Alright, magic.
Oh, what? Hey there, handsome.
Excuse me?
I cannot even right now. Hold on, give me just one sec. Mizuki, do you know this guy?
Yeah?
Can you introduce me, please?
She is surprisingly unprofessional.
So you're
for
not
a
going to want to
receptionist.
know more about this guy.
Come on, it's just not so bad.
Could you contain yourself for 5 minutes, Date?
Alright, Mizuki, do you know this receptionist?
I mean, yeah, but
Yeah, of course we know each other. We're like
Mizuki, don't be
best
embarrassed. We know
friends.
you've come around Lemnis Gate often.
We hang out, we party.
we do not party.
Hey.
Who hired this woman?
The most likely scenario is that the final decision was made by the head
Man,
of the company.
Renju.
Renju.
Abstract painting on the wall.
This painting is called Hawaiian Dishes and Dark Demons.
Which part is supposed to be a dish and which part is supposed to be a demon?
I guess the splash of blue is the dish. And these little, like, kind of orangish parts might be the demon. Incomprehensible. Window. What is this plant? A potted plant.
Date, look! A cricket!
Oh, really? BB. Aiba has a strange fascination with the insects. Man, if actual bugs were on a potted plant, they must be really disappointed. Reception desk. The logo. Company logo. This Danganronpa.
Oh, this is Dark Zone Kalimas!
Who?
Darkstone Kalimas. Apparently this is Dark Zone Kalimas. Vending machine. Full of drinks. High table. High stool.
That's a high stool.
Why are you always thinking about high school?
I said stool.
It's okay, don't call out Date. Lots of magazines feature how to draw cute anime girls. I think I'll give that a look. You're not dodging the allegations, Date. Not like that.
Captain, enemy vessel, 3 clicks.
I believe you are thinking of sonar.
Sofa. Man, this game really loves its puns. Let's see this door. It's probably an office, I imagine. Okay, receptionist. Let's see. Things have been pretty serious.
Yeah, totally.
A Totes.
You never think about, like, my boss getting murdered, you know? Like, what are even the chances? That's like the odds of hitting the lotto. But I was kind of lucky in a weird way.
It's like now there's no expectations to do anything now that the boss is gone.
Some of my old friends hit me up asking about it, you know? Feels like we're old alumni or something.
She certainly found the bright side of this situation.
And be like, I could like find stuff in his office to sell. Let's see, did you see Ota?
Ota? Nah, haven't seen him today. How is he?
The receptionist knows Ota too?
Like he's got a story here.
Ota happens to be the kind of otaku who actually has social skills.
Those are the ones you have to watch out for.
Huh?
Nothing. Anyway, could you give me a call if Ota shows up? I have my number here.
I took out my business card, handed it to the receptionist.
Yeah, I got his number. I got his number.
Let us pray that the privilege will not be abused.
Alright, receptionist. Have you seen Iris?
Iris? You mean Asa? She's recording a podcast in the underground studio.
Oh, that's why she didn't pick up the phone.
Busy. With
If
work.
you need her right away, I can try contacting her.
No, it's fine. This can wait until she's done.
For sure.
What?
For sure? As in, I got you?
I don't believe I've ever heard that sequence of sounds spoken out loud before.
For sure is pretty easy to get. Let's see, what is going to happen to the office? Chaos.
Oh, haven't
Anarchy.
heard anything about that yet.
It's like we're gonna be flipping over tables. Cats
The
and
VP might
dogs,
take
mass
over,
hysteria.
Might get absorbed by another office.
Oh, the VP. Ew, gross.
Just when I got a job, too. Man, what am I gonna do if this place closes up? So, anyway, tell me, Date, what kind of girls do you like?
Mizuki
Because
knows the
I'm the
answer.
committed type, you know? Would you consider me a
And it's
candidate?
very incriminating.
Well, I we could go out sometime.
Wow, dude.
You disgust me.
Oh, my apologies. Never mind.
Alright, there's a receptionist sitting by the desk. There's a receptionist with huge breasts sitting behind the desk. There's a receptionist with huge breasts sitting. There's a receptionist with huge breasts. Huge breasts. Breasts. There are huge breasts sitting behind the table. Date. This is why people don't respect you.
Mizuki, let's go. Staying here would be a waste.
Yeah. Where should we go next?
Alright, let's go to the very last place. That is Golden Yokocho. Golden Yokocho.
Is this it?
Yeah,
You know about this place?
This is Snack, so like snack bar, and that's marble. So snack marble, the snack bar. I remember that. What's it called? There was an anime recently called Snack Basu, about like kind of just like snack bars. I hadn't watched it, but I heard that it was just kind of like really interesting.
yeah. This is where I met Renshu for the first time.
Interesting. Didn't think this was your kind of spot.
This place is special. You can find all sorts of shady characters here. It's the best place for gathering information about a case. So that's why.
That is only a partial truth.
Shut up.
Huh?
Let's head inside.
Oh, thank you so much for the sub laser, Charles. It's so awesome. Thank you so much. You're incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Where is everyone?
I'll make sure to work my hardest to earn it. Let's see. Where is everyone?
It's been like this for a while. Not many people come here anymore. Mama should be here soon, though.
Okay.
Some nice tunes. There we go.
In other news, at 6:10 p.m. yesterday, on the outer circle of the capital city highway in Minato District, Tokyo, a traffic collision occurred involving 5 cars.
I'm really
and
glad.
at least one truck.
Hopefully I'm able to, what's it called? Make this stream and any future streams just as awesome as the past ones. Which shouldn't be too hard. I'm always having a lot of good time and having a lot of fun doing this.
MPD has arrested the driver of the truck suspected to be the cause of the accident.
Always
or
a thrill to
negligence.
stream and do VTubing.
The investigation is ongoing.
Alright, let's see. There is posters. There's a poster on the wall. The talented Mr. Dickley. I wonder what that is. Let's see. Like a parody of the talented Mr. Ripley. Let's see. Specials are written on the chalkboard. Slippers and tomato soup. Sofa. Table. There's a table in front of the sofa. Let's see what else is here. There's a menu, nice. There's writing in the back. Oh no, other things on the menu. I always love the flavor text. It's one of those things where I'm like, the devs definitely have a lot of like kind of just extra content. Just in these random like extra things to add. To just kind of like the universe through this like flavor text.
Date, what was that weird show you used to watch? The one with the girls running in slow motion.
Date, why do you watch that in front of Mizuki?
What was so good about it?
Everything.
It's like that show had a lot of meaning to me. A lot of deep symbolism. It's like, no wonder why she hates you. Bar counter. Another menu, shelves of the
Man, I
finest
could use a
vintage.
drink.
No, you're driving.
Shoot.
Can't you just drive?
Indeed I can,
We can have a...
but I refuse.
Dang it.
Why?
Nothing good comes of you being drunk.
Oh, that is right. I see a few bottles that look a little bit like Jaeger. Like, that looks like Jaeger. Bottles of alcohol. That's supposed to be the Beefeater dude. With the little, like, cane. I think that's, like, the only legible, too. Bottles on the counter. Let's count them. 9. 9 bottles. There are 9 bottles on the counter. Just kidding, there are 18. That's how many there are. Let's count carefully. There are 18 bottles lined up. Oh, it's just it. Oh, a fridge.
Hey, Mizuki, you mind cleaning some of your stuff out of the fridge at home?
Not gonna happen.
It's like, man. Radio. It's music playing. A picture. It's a little odd. We call this classical artwork of a shirtless dude. Let's see. There's just other stuff here. Wait a second, I think I'm running out of things. There's a beer tap. There we go.
I don't want to get drunk. I just want to be sobriety impaired.
What's the other thing? Oh.
Allow me to ruin your stupid joke before you say it.
It's not stupid.
Let's see. Everything else is... Yeah, everything else has been explored, except... What's it called? Having to talk. These purple lights. Alright. About Renju.
Hey, Date. What did you and Daddy used to talk about when you were here?
I don't remember a lot of it. I was usually drinking pretty hard.
Don't worry, I have everything recorded. In fact, the conversation about you taking care of Mizuki took place here, at Marble.
Really?
The topic was brought up several times
Man, you must have been
afterwards,
severely
but the
drunk
first
to
time
miss
was here.
that.
4 years ago, after drinking enough liquid courage, Renju asked you to take care of Mizuki.
Oh, I guess he was equally tipsy.
At the time, Renju was recently divorced, buried in work at Lemniscate, and mentally unstable. It was a display of excellent judgment. It was a good thing that he managed to swallow his pride.
You think so? Sometimes, I don't think it was the right move.
You should have more confidence. I guarantee you that it was the best decision.
Man, you guys are being kind about me, I guess, being like a sort of surrogate parent to Mizuki, except for the times when you're mean about it.
Let's hope so.
Be like, that's a good judgment call. Meanwhile, she's like calling Date out for all of his awful stuff. Let's see, are you tired?
No. And what do you mean by that?
Nothing. Just let me know when you're tired. You can go home anytime you want.
You aren't really worried about me, you just think I'm annoying, right? Don't beat around the bush, just say it. But you know what? It wouldn't matter anyway because I'm not going home.
Having fun at school?
It's okay.
Is it?
Yup.
Do you have a lot of friends?
Yeah. But I don't really like my elementary school friends. They're too immature.
It's
I
like
have
they
more
don't
fun with
read
Iris and Ota.
they don't read psychological books like I do.
I don't know if they're too immature. You're just very
Be
mature
like, hey,
for
did
your
you
age.
check out that latest psychological book? No, but Kamen Rider was on TV.
You think so? The kids at school are
Doraemon
so
was pretty
stupid.
lit.
They gossip about who had their first kiss for days. I don't see why that's anyone's business.
These grade schoolers move fast.
Nah, not really. It's pretty normal nowadays.
You haven't kissed anyone yet, have you?
No, I'm not interested in that.
Oh, thank God.
See, look, it's been a long time since we did this.
Did what?
Sat at a table together like this. We haven't eaten dinner together in a while. After I finish working on this case, we should do it again.
You still haven't
Why?
treated her ramen.
Because of what happened to my mom and daddy? I don't need that.
Date, this is where you need to take a stronger role as her guardian. Data suggests that children who eat alone are prone to mental imbalances and poor physical condition. The meals you prepare do have sufficient nutritional content.
But
However, you need to make sure that Mizuki is eating all of it. Otherwise, your effort is wasted.
what exactly does Date cook? Mizuku, we should at least have one meal together.
I told you I don't want to.
Why not?
Because... I don't like how you hold chopsticks.
That sounds like an
It
excuse.
makes me sick.
Really now. People have always told me that I have good technique. Some even say
Date,
it's
why'd you
beautiful.
make it that way?
It's disgusting. Too clean. Besides, there's no point in eating together.
Why is that?
Because you don't talk when you're eating. I don't like sitting in silence.
Well, we don't have to be quiet.
It's fine, I don't like hearing you talk either.
I believe she has entered her teenage rebellion phase a year early.
This is gonna be rough.
I feel like you're not really presenting yourself in a good way, Date, in a good light.
Date, honey. Long time no see.
Right,
Hey,
long time no
Mama,
see,
how have you
Mama.
Oh, tired and sore, but not in a fun way.
Shame.
Watch the innuendo in front of the kid.
You're worse, Date.
Oh, who is this?
Renju's daughter.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Oh, it must have been hard. I saw on the news.
It's okay. Really.
Oh, it must have been so hard. Stupid Ren. What was he thinking, leaving his little girl like this? Oh.
Hey, Mama. I wanted to ask you some questions about Renju.
Oh. I guess crying isn't gonna solve the thing, is it? Go ahead, ask away. I'll help any way I can.
Alright, let's see. Mizuki. About Mama.
I heard that shady characters hang out here. So who are you and how do you fit in?
No one special. I'm just a facilitator.
A facilitator?
People who come in here tend to have very specific interests. I help accommodate.
Oh, okay.
Mama's like, an informant.
That's right. And I won't charge you this time.
Yeah, we're going through a
Just
tragedy.
promise to get the bastards who did this to Ren for me.
It's like, we need all of the discounts we can get.
I promise.
Let's see. Are you scared of Mama? Why scared?
Not really.
Oh, don't worry, honey. I don't bite. I'm only aggressive when it comes to men 20 through 65.
Nice.
That's a pretty wide range.
Gotta widen my net for a catch like you, Date, honey.
I think I'll ignore that one.
I don't know, Date. I think
I'll
Mama's the
ignore it as
keeper.
well.
I think of all the people that have been interested in us so far, it's the receptionist and Mama. And so far, Mama's winning out the most. At least she would be your age, Date. That's all I'm saying. Is this your first time at a place like this?
Yeah, I mean, at some fish pocket they served alcohol, but I've never been to a bar like this.
I would hope not. You're in elementary school.
Well, Daddy invited me along sometimes, but I was too shy
Just
to go.
showing up at the bar being like, I want the finest vintage you can get me. It's like... Mizuki, I know that, what's it called? Your dad has close connections to the place, but... No. No Jaeger.
Good call.
I was planning on going one day, when I was old enough to drink. I wanted to go to a bar with Daddy.
Mizuki's curling up a bit. Maybe she's intimidated by Mama. She's wary of Mama. Alright, this poster. One flew over the cock's nest. Nice. Sounds familiar, but I don't want to know what it is. Broaden your horizons, Date. That sounds like a fun one. Menu. Fried slipper with herbs. What is slipper? Because I feel like, what's it called? There was a slipper in tomato soup, and now there's fried slipper. Picture.
This is a painting of Saint Sebastian. Saint Sebastian was a faithful Christian who lived under Roman Emperor Diocletian. On January 20th, 288 AD, he was martyred.
This is the painting of his martyring.
This painting depicts his execution.
Something wrong, Date? You're staring awful hard.
Nothing. Just caught my eye.
Why now, of all times? That's been hanging there for a while.
Really?
Yeah, it was a gift from Ren a
Oh
while
damn,
back.
Renju. He was like, man, what's it called? This is fine art. This needs to be
I've
here.
always had it there.
There's a gift from Renju. You could see how cold the venue was because of his pokings. Let's see. Alright, the sofa. Is there a sofa pun? There is no sofa pun. Menu. Writing in the back. Let's see. Mizuki's not saying anything. Counter. Bottles on the counter. There are bottles lined up. Let's see. Beer tap.
Hey, Date, you hear the one about the drunk ballerina?
No. What about it?
She quit the ballet because she was always more interested in tap.
Shelves. Gulp. There are bottles of alcohol on the shelves. Let's see. The refrigerator. What's in the fridge?
Oh, Mama. What are you doing back there?
Excuse you?
In the fridge. It honestly kind of looks like Mom. Oh, that's mean. It's so mean, Date. Mama does not look like the fridge. They have the they kind of have the pink purple motif, but not the fridge. It's me. All right, the TV. There's a TV in the wall. Nothing's on. All right, Mama. Let's see. About Renju.
Have you heard any rumors about Renju? Anything about grudges, disputes?
Oh, the ad starts soon.
Is it okay to talk in front of Mizuki?
Yes, I want to be here.
Trust me, you couldn't drag her away.
If you say so. Apparently, Ren had some connections with the Kumakura gang.
Oh man. Connections with the mafia.
A gang?
Yeah, real rough customers. This is their turf.
So Daddy was involved with gangsters.
Mizuki, that company Shoko was running, were they also tied to the Kumakuras?
I don't know.
Unless it's a rival thing. Let's see. I know the ad starts in 9 minutes. Let me see if there's extra flavor text, and then I'll do a BRB. Just so that... Oh, a hanger. And the hanger. A hanger on the wall. Oh, there's no flavor text with that. And then... Ad is starting soon. Ooh, table. There's a table in front of the sofa. Posters, it's all the same. Everything is there. Great, Mama's there. I'm gonna do my intermission screen so I can be more considerate. And I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. But let me just wait up for an extra 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And let's see if Saribot says we're back. And yes, it's finishing now. Welcome back. Alright, Mama, let's see what else there is. What else do you remember about Renju?
Well, there was the watch incident. I'm sure you remember that one.
Watch incident?
Please remind me.
You don't remember?
Not a clue.
Your drunk ass spilled your beer on Ren's watch.
Oh, do you get mad?
Ren was furious, yelling about how this watch is more important than my life, or whatever. He blew up on you. That was the only time I've ever seen Ren that mad. That's why I remember it so well.
Was it this watch?
I pulled out the watch I had in my pocket. It was the one I found in the oil drum at the sunfish pocket.
Yeah, that's it. Why do you have it?
Found it at the crime scene.
Was it at the scene?
Yeah.
Ren was given that watch by his lover.
Oh, nice.
It was an anniversary gift, I think.
Lover?
Oh yeah, your dad, I guess. What's it called?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot Mizuki was here.
It's like, well, your dad. You're gonna find out some new things about your father.
No, it's fine.
But of course, it wasn't an affair. This was all after he was divorced.
Daddy had a new lover.
Let's see. Oh wait, I wanted to ask more. I know there was, what's it called? Let's see, I'm going to the bathroom.
You remember where it is?
Yeah, outside, right?
This is a small establishment that does not have its own restrooms.
Wait, you're leaving?
Oh, scared of me, huh?
No, it's just...
Mama, keep an eye on her.
Sure thing. Don't have too much fun in there.
I gave her a nod and a wave and left.
Aiba, get boss on the line.
Got it.
Oh man, Mizuki's gonna really hate you if you tell her to pick her up.
Mizuki is at a bar called Marble down in Golden Yokocho. Send someone over to pick her up.
She's not at the hospital?
Yeah, she snuck out. I took her along while I was doing some work, but I can't take her any further.
Understood. I'll send someone.
Counting on you, boss.
Are you going to leave Mizuki here?
Yes. I can't take her into a Yakuza den.
Yakuza. Not Yakuza. Alright, let's see.
Who's this asshole? You made a big mistake coming here. Go home.
All right. Bye then.
Hey, Date!
What? Ugh, I hate dealing with these chumps.
Didn't you hear me?
Oh
Do
damn.
you want to die, old man?
Oh snap! Action. The gangster's just like.
Sorry for the late introduction. I'm with the MPD.
A cop, huh? So, you want to explain what the fuck a cop is doing in my
Oh
office?
man, we got some bombs.
I think we should exchange names before exchanging expletives.
Before we.
Name's MoMA, the warhorse. Don't give a fuck what your name is.
All right, MoMA. I have a few things I want to ask you. What do you know about the new Cyclops serial killings? Shoko Nadami and Renju Okiura had their left eye pulled out and were murdered. And I think you know something about it.
Saw it on the news. But we had nothing to do with it. Even if we did, we wouldn't spill to no cops.
Shoko.
Don't know nothing about her. I know her face and her name. It was on the news. Nothing else.
Shoko is part of an investment fraud scheme. And I have it on good authority that a certain Yakuza gang was helping her.
Wouldn't know nothing about that, cop.
At least Renju. Do you know Renju?
I told you, I got nothing to say. You deaf or something?
Where's the chairman?
What?
You're looking right at him.
Chairman is right in front of you.
What?
I run the Kumakura gang.
It's like it's
I'm
in the
MoMA
last name.
Kumakura.
That can't be right. The chairman of the Kumakuras is Rohan. You aren't the chairman.
Yo, asshole. You need a lesson
It's
in
a
manners?
sensitive spot when Rohan left.
Date, wait. I did some research and discovered that Rohan Kumakura died last year.
Man, it looked really insensitive.
He left to his death from the roof of a building.
Suicide?
But MoMA did not take over last year. MoMA took over 6 years ago.
6 years ago.
Date, a minute please.
What is it?
This is all tightened up. What's it called? The
Do you
ice
see
stuff.
the sofa in the reception area? There is an ashtray on top of the coffee table.
What about it?
It is peculiar. Thermal imaging reveals that they are both warm.
The sofa and ashtray.
Let's see. Let's look at that ashtray. Alright, got some smokes. One of the cigarette butts. The tip is reddish.
Hey, Iba, can you turn off the thermal vision?
Sure.
I see. The cigarette brand is Klein.
Why is that relevant?
Small details will come in useful later. Trust me.
Whose favorite brand is Klein cigarettes? I see. Oh, a knife. Kind of knife nicely at night. Talk to him. He's completely out.
There would be no point in talking to him in that state.
Hey, dude.
I got nothing to say to you.
You. We can deal with Momo later. I should be focusing on something else. Crest.
It's kind of frightening seeing all these lanterns lined up. Scary lanterns. Scary lanterns.
You don't have to repeat it.
What is dragon?
A bronze dragon?
A bronze dragon holding a golden ball.
Golden ball, huh?
A dragon holding a golden ball. A dragon ball, if you will. Let's see, there's a door. There's a desk. There are a lot of things on top. Chair. Let's see. Partition. Probably to obscure the view.
Hey, Iva. It's pronounced partition and not partition.
I know how it's pronounced.
There's a partition. Company's philosophy. You accidentally enter a bar instead of a restaurant. You don't feel obligated to order a drink. Even if the bartender gives you that order the damn drink look. It's quite the motto. That's a long one. Some kind of permit. Alright, whiteboard. Last month's schedule. Beatboxing for beginners. Coffee, there's an ashtray on top. Coffee. Oh.
Hey, Iva, look. A flying squirrel taking a nap.
It is clearly a tiger.
A tiger. Let's see. Holding something in his stomach. Ooh, the sofa. See if that butt's warm. Oh, the pillow.
Part of the cushion is still red.
Just as I thought.
Lockers are lined up to the wall. Was someone here recently? The chairman's chair is a chair.
What are you talking about? You're the first guest today. Although you are an uninvited guest.
Don't lie now. Someone was sitting on the sofa and smoking very recently.
How do you know that?
I just do.
Oh, right. I remember now. Just a bit ago, one of our guys was on the sofa.
Are you talking about these guys right here?
Yeah.
Not possible. When I came in...
You made a big mistake coming here. Go home.
Who's this asshole?
There's only two guys. And you.
Neither of them was on the sofa. And neither of them was smoking.
They left.
Who left?
An insurance salesman.
The isn't very convincing.
Right before you came in.
I don't think so.
That's the
I didn't
sign of
pass
a
by
BS
anyone on my
error.
way here. And I happen to know this office only has one entrance and one exit. Which means, whoever it is...
I guess someone could leave out the window.
They're still in this office somewhere. Let me check the back.
Why you want to do that?
I just wanted to say hello to our guest.
I'm telling you, you're the only one here.
Oh, then you won't mind me checking.
Just get out of here, cop.
There must be someone they don't want us to see. Somewhere behind that wall.
Somewhere behind the wall. X-ray. Let's see. Is there a person? Oh, there is a person here.
Just as I thought.
This must be whoever was sitting on the sofa and smoking earlier.
My evolver can shoot right through this wall. I should shoot him.
Wait! Is he not getting enough?
What?
Never mind. The person behind the wall is unarmed. I cannot approve the use of evolver in this situation.
Damn it.
It's like I really wanted to use it. Itchy trigger finger. Oh. Oh no, a gun. What's the way out of this? Threat detected. Oh.
Date, a porno mag at your feet.
What?
Oh man. Quick time event. Oh.
Hey! Did you just shoot at me?
No. Also, the portal mag is pretty easy. What the fuck? The turret.
Hey, whoa, wait a minute!
Okay, what's the QT for this? Let's see.
Date, load evolver with explosive rounds. Aim for the dragon's gold ball on the right.
The what? Oh, that. Why?
Just do it!
Alright, let's see how this works. Man, somebody just has a turret gun ready. There we go. With the physics just being like, ooh.
Iba, you saved me.
Everything happened as I simulated it.
So, where's this porno mag?
You idiot. There is no adult
It's just
magazine.
an easy way to trick you.
However, I know that your reaction time is up to 3.6 times faster when you are excited. I simply took advantage of that behavior.
What the hell?
The bummer. Buzzkill.
You're a grown man. Aren't you too old to be playing with toys?
Shit!
Hey, coward! I see you. Show your face!
Hey, don't call me a coward.
I know you. That's...
Sejima, So, Congressman.
What is this guy doing here?
Well, so, what are you doing here?
I've had a relationship with the Kumakuras since back when Rohan was running things. I had business nearby, so I stopped here for a visit. Whatever conspiracy theory you're imagining in your head, you can forget it.
Strictly business with the Mafia.
Strictly business? A congressman meeting with Yakuza? How are you gonna spin that?
It's true. I imagine my public image will be dragged through the mud.
Oh, gotta go. Thank you for the stream, and enjoy the rest of it. Oh, thank you so much, Laser Charles. I think I might be like maybe an extra half hour, possibly. I'm not sure, but I might possibly. But yeah, I don't think I'm probably gonna stream for too much longer.
But we haven't done anything illegal. If you want to accuse me of such wrongdoing, then by all means. I just happen to think such gossip is better suited for tabloids.
I guess, let's see. About Renju. You got any involvement?
President of Lemniscate? We aren't friends, but I did meet him a few times through work.
Mafia work?
What work were you doing to meet up with the head of an entertainment company?
It was just some party hosted by some company or other. It's not unusual.
It's like, it's a little easier for like a congressman to meet like somebody that's like an entertainment exec than the Mafia.
Events with those uptight stuffed shirts can be rather dull, so they have some young women from an entertainment office attend. Anyway, we only saw each other a few times. I don't even remember what we spoke about.
Do you have an alibi for yesterday and the day before?
I went to work, then went home.
So, you have no alibi?
No, I always have my bodyguards near me. If you want to, you can ask them.
Bodyguard testimony can be unreliable. There is a possibility that they would lie to protect Mr. Sajima.
They all have their own story.
I agree. You can't trust that.
Alright, so Sajima. I see him often on TV. It feels like I've met him before. So I was standing there. How about you, Moma? Why are you looking at me like this? That's just how you always look. About Rohan, do you miss him?
I heard that the former head of the Kumakuras committed suicide last year.
Yeah, what's it to you?
Nothing at all. I just want to talk about it.
Rohan was my older brother. He was my big brother in this organization, and my blood brother. 6 years ago, he got sick in the head. He got sent to a special hospital. And naturally, because I'm his brother and next in line, I was the successor. That's all I'm gonna say. You want to know more? Hire a private eye.
Alright, Moma. Let's see. About Renju. You like the guy?
I've been looking after that guy since high school.
Oh, that's cute.
It was the usual stuff. I had him help me with a lot of work.
Homework? Mafia work.
Now, it's kind of the opposite, you know? We're getting work from him. Well, we were. Now that he's dead, though.
What work did he have you do?
The usual. If Talon at his office was causing trouble or something.
Man, they'd stick the mob on them.
You ever get into any disputes with Renju doing this work?
No way, he paid good money. I've never even gotten into an argument with the guy.
About Shoko. What about Shoko?
Well, I guess there's no point hiding it now. I lied earlier, when I said I didn't know her.
I thought so. You and the Kumakuras were a part of the fraud scheme Shoko was organizing.
Yep. Whenever any wise-ass investors gave her trouble, we handled it.
Exactly as I suspected. Shoko
It
was
wasn't a
affiliated
rival
with the
thing, it was
Kumakuras.
a direct thing. I see. How about an alibi? You got one?
Us Kumakuras are a branch of the Ujisaki family. The Ujisaki family runs a yearly golf tournament. Mandatory attendance.
Mandatory fun.
We were all at the tournament those days.
Is it any fun?
We only got back this morning. You can ask the hotel. They'll tell you.
Date, I did some research.
They definitely
The
were.
hotel's record of guests does list the Kumakura members. They were also seen on several surveillance cameras. It is not possible that any of the Kumakuras could have killed Shoko, including Moma.
Moma's giving me a glare. But at your computer.
What does a guy like the chairman need this for? He probably just uses it for porn.
Not every man in the world is like you, Date.
Like, there is a PC on top, and let's see, the desk.
It's kind of frightening. Scary lanterns. Scary lanterns.
You don't have to repeat it.
Man, he really doesn't like those scary lanterns. But at this lantern, there are lanterns with Kumakura. Crest, that is the Kumakura. So, about Shoko.
The victim prior to Renju? I believe Moma introduced me to her.
Introduced?
We were just having drinks. Shoko stopped by to say hello.
Right. We didn't talk about anything.
You're trying to give me the runaround.
Indeed. Date, I have determined that these individuals have nothing further to add. Even if they are involved, they will not volunteer any more information.
Not even through threats or
We
intimidation.
need solid evidence to move forward with the investigation.
You're right.
Date, a call from Lemniscate.
Connected.
Date, it's me.
Oh, hi.
You remember like how you said to call you if Ota came?
Oh, Ota came.
Well, he's here now, so I guess I'm calling you.
Got it. I'm on my way.
Where you going?
That's none of your concern.
Your beeswax.
Moma, Congressman Tsujima, I think I'm gonna call it a day. I'll come back soon. We'll swap drinking stories.
You serious?
Let's go, Iba.
Roger.
Alright, let's head to Lemniscate, because what's it called? Is he here?
This is all really suspicious.
What is?
Congressman Tsujima and the Kumakuras. There's definitely something going on there.
Gotta get to the
I agree. But I am not sure it is linked to the new Cyclops serial killings.
Maybe the old ones, though.
We need to do further investigation.
Alright. Iba, let's see. The wheel. The dashboard. This center console. What about the rear view mirror? You can see the scenery. Nice. Let's see, that's the door, that's the glove box. And Iba here. Roar like a lion.
Ah! Impossible. How did a jellyfish get in here? So shiny, too.
You utter idiot. It's me.
Renju?
Do I look like Renju?
Mizuki?
It's me.
Boss?
Date, seriously.
Then, are you... Mom?
Idiot. We must have increased your dosage too much.
My dosage? Anyway, you're Iba, right? Why are you here? Looking like that?
I just thought I would project myself. You seem lonely.
How are you doing this?
I am overlaying the image your left eye processes with augmented reality. You can't see me through your right eye, only your left.
You can't just pop into my eyeball without permission.
You do realize I do that all the
It's
time.
like, I'm here all the time. This is a... Let's see. About your appearance.
Come to think of it, you look kind of like you do when you're in Somnium. What's that about?
What do you mean?
You don't usually look like that. You have a Somnium form and another form.
Oh,
Old
this?
gerbil. Hamster.
Yes, that. Why are you doing this now?
was bored last night, so
Huh?
I thought you would like it.
Why would I like it?
Well, I did attempt to shape myself to your preference.
If you could do that, change it.
I will not,
Why not?
because I won't.
I'm gonna have to get used to this look.
I fear you would eventually grow tired of the other form as well. I just wanted to change my look a little. Think of it as a haircut.
Pretty drastic haircut.
The MoMA is suspicious.
As I said earlier, I completely agree that they are suspicious. But there is nothing currently linking them to the case.
That's true. We have no established... Victims were displayed, tied up on a horse. And their left eyes taken out.
It is possible that Shoko and Renju were disloyal to Congressman Tsujima and the Kumakuras. They could have been killed and displayed as a warning. That would fit the current evidence.
Huh, maybe. But it doesn't feel right.
How is so related to the Kumakuras?
I looked into that. Unfortunately, I did not find anything in our database that could connect the two.
I see.
Oh, no.
However, I did discover some rumors on the internet. Most of them come across as gossip or conspiracy theories. But would you like to hear them regardless?
Wait, but that's stranger than fiction.
Please.
This kind of connection between a congressman and the mafia.
Mr. Tsujima currently resides in Azabu. He lives in a mansion, a restored samurai castle. But 20 years ago, So Tsujima lived elsewhere.
Where else?
In the Kawasaki district, to be exact.
Oh, the one that was
He
decommissioned.
lived there until he was 40 years old. The Tsujima family owned a vast amount of real estate in the district. Adjusting for inflation, the land was valued above 30 billion yen. The Tsujima family sold off its holdings. 6 months later, the incident occurred.
The explosion at the chemical plant.
This caused Kawasaki to become a restricted area. And of course, land prices fell drastically to less than 1/30th their original value. What are your thoughts?
The timing is certainly suspicious. To sell that amount of land just 6 months before it happened.
There is another interesting fact. After the accident, So Tsujima purchased all of the land back for just 1 billion yen.
So he's got 29 billion yen in his pocket and 1 billion yen of land.
Correct. Despite the horrific accident, the Tsujima
They were able to
family is
profit
nowhere
from
sought.
it. Then,
True. But I don't see the point of it.
if you want to make money,
It's not like you got anything out of it.
That would be true, but
unless
there
you
is
wanted
more
to
to this
bury
story.
whatever was there.
There is another important fact. After the land prices in the Kawasaki region crashed,
Ups is a call.
we will have to continue this conversation later. I am receiving a call from headquarters.
Let's see.
Is this Special Agent Date from Abyss? My name is Akaska from HQ.
Akasaki.
I'm investigating the Shoko Nadami case. There's something that you need to hear.
What is it?
We got a phone call earlier from a prisoner at Fuchu Prison.
Prisoner?
We saved the call. I think you should give it a listen.
Let's see what this is.
Who is this?
In here, I'm known as number 89.
What is this call concerning?
I know who killed Shoko Nadami.
Oh, damn.
And if you let me out of here, I will tell you who it is. I suppose you might say I'm looking for a plea bargain. He will kill again, you know. And he'll take their eye while they're still alive. There will be more bodies. If you want to stop this serial killer, I suggest you take my offer. I'll be seeing you.
This has to be a prank.
That's what I thought too. However, we got the call yesterday afternoon, before Renju was killed. In other words,
He was able to
You're saying he
tell.
predicted the second crime?
yeah, I think that's why I thought I should contact you.
Good idea. Thanks, Detective.
Good luck.
Do you think there's anything to this?
I don't know.
There could possibly. So beat.
Oh, Date.
What's wrong? You look like you have a lot on your mind.
Yeah. I just found out online.
What happened?
The corpse at Bloom Park. That was Renju's ex-wife, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
So that was Mizuki's mom. Mizuki
Pretty
saw
brutal.
her own mom. And I just left her.
You kinda did.
But I didn't know. I knew her as Shoko Nadami. Her last name is different. I didn't know that was Mizuki's mother.
I guess they were kind
I
of
want to apologize to her.
separated at that point, so they weren't really talking
I need
much.
to tell her that I'm sorry.
Well, let me put up the menu moments. I know that what's it called? I'll probably be heading out soon. I need to take it more seriously, the idea of getting some food in me. Let's see. These two were saves from the last time I streamed. I guess maybe I'll start streaming from some of the older ones. Let's see, overwrite the save, sure. Alright, we got the latest one. Oh, I guess I would have to scroll down here for it and then gradually make my way up. Let's see. Check these new files and then I'll like head out a bit. Right, persons. So, 60. Congressman likes anything, likes authority, fame, assets, dislikes anything that threatens him. Hobbies include mahjong, golf, and nishiki cart breeding. Grasping people's weaknesses, making them obey. Pretty standard stuff for a villain. The boss. It's something where we already have the info. What up, Peter? Let's see. He is 36 years old. He is a professor. No, sorry, that's a profession. Profession, engineer at Abyss. Likes multiples of 16. That's very specific. Shares Tokoroten. Let me see what Tokoroten is. Ooh, that's something. Let's see. Toko. Not Tolo, Toko. Roten. That is a gelatinous dish made from boiling tengu. A graphite seaweed. Oh, it's like a boiled seaweed. Unlike gelatin, this is a firmer texture. I have it in soy sauce. I feel like I've had this before. It's kind of like almost like, a version of a noodle. I guess it's used through seaweed. Sounds really nice. I guess it's kind of like agar. Good stuff. Amore. I guess that's love. Dislikes bugs, cats, conservative, cyclopses. Well, no, not cats. Everything else I understand, but cats. Hobbies include working with machines, collecting dojins. Well, not all dojins are saucy, but I mean, it would be fine if it was. And magical girls, skills include building models and imitating Vuvuzela. That's gotta be annoying. At work, just hearing A brilliant scientist responsible for the sync machine also invented Aiba and set her personality to his liking. Let's see, Osamu Oishi. Sex is gender neutral, nice. 36, October 11th. What are some of these birthdays? Let me see if there's any April ones. April 13th, the closest is Renju. Alright, Mayumi, she has the same stuff. So, boss, future. It's Osamu is the latest one. Mama, attending Barcel Info. Likes loincloths, switching, making them touch. Dislikes, hate crimes, customers who throw up at the bar, yeah. Those are all really bad things. The likes are pretty nice too. Hobbies are polishing bonito and watching videos. Has an uncanny ability to detect virginity. I guess maybe from like the stuttering of someone's voice. Oh, hi Son Gorku, how's it going? What's it called? I'm currently going through some of this glossary before I head out. But I'm probably gonna be an extra, maybe like 5-10 minutes? Because what's it called? I just hit a point where I would probably want to call it. But I know I have some other things I would like to check up on. Hopefully your day has been pretty solid. Moma. He is 48 years old. He likes humanity and justice, chivalry, Gandhi, pandas, and women. It's like pretty chivalrous stuff, I guess, for a mafia boss. He doesn't like old-fashioned and irrational traditions. He likes watching dance, hot springs, vacations, collecting art. Very cultured. He also loves beatboxing quite a bit and magic tricks. It's really cute. After his predecessors stepped down in the past, they were known for being ruthless, but Mama hopes to make it more peaceful and business-minded. I guess what's it called? The stuff that Renju forced him to do is probably a little bit more along the lines of the aggressive stuff. Is there more? There has to be more info on Renju. Let's see, Rohan. He loves all the violent stuff. Organ trading, yikes. He used to be a leader. He ended his life by jumping off of the roof. He was known for a horrific torture technique by peeling off the victim's skin, yikes. Damn. That is brutal. Number 89, this is just a random prisoner we don't know much about. Jinpei Wagai, this is a Yakuza. He likes ass. Erotic novels, his boss. Dislikes police, his big brother, and animal cruelty. He likes training dogs. He loves dogs. That's not in his likes though. Ass takes a higher priority in this guy's likes than dogs. He's a low springer. Ranking member. Once had a dream of pursuing the top position in his gang. Would rather focus on training his favorite doggo. Okay, this guy's 24 and this guy's 42. So this guy's probably been around for long enough to see some of the nasty stuff while he probably hasn't. So his hobbies are really pretty rough. Like dissection. Dissection's pretty rough. And suturing. He doesn't like domestic violence, so that's nice at least. Dominatrix is his, I guess, are his interests. It's not too terrible either. Perhaps due to the way he looks, he's often mistaken for a low-ranking member, even though he's towards the top. He does office work. He's recently fallen in love and lost a lot of weight. Good on you. Hopefully you don't do any more dissection for the mafia. Or shooting people. That shooting me was pretty rough. Alright, Ritsuko Enshu, the receptionist. She is 36 years old. Nice. She likes yellow spotted river turtles. Pretty good. Men that act like ballers but are really scrubs. Which is a guy who thinks he's fly. Also known as a busta. Gambling, partying, hobbies. Nice. Skills are anti-aging techniques. She likes men that are real bros and can vibe with them from the jump. Lately, her shoulders have been stiffening up though. Let's see, this inspector. We have no idea who this guy's name is. It could either be Tadami, Hiromi, Sakaguchi or Kagome. He's 30. He likes ear picks, dandelions, afros, Kizarin and Pizarin. He doesn't like people who don't remember his name. Me. I'm sorry, bro. Cilantro. I guess he's the dude that ends up detecting the soap. Yeah, this is, what's it called? I know it was from the 999 guy. And, what's it called? The Virtue's Last Reward. But No More Heroes was Suda 51. I think they have a connection maybe, but I think Kota and Suda might have done some different things. It'd be interesting if they kind of had a little bit of connection though. Skills: pretending to be dead. Train surfing, extreme ironing. Let's see, in expert detection, he is assigned a new Cyclops. He's actually really cute when he takes the mask off, and he's single. Ooh. Oh, the character designer. Oh, him. Yeah, that's the one. Kozaki, I think, is the. Let's see, Grasshopper. He did what's it called? The ones for Fire Emblem. Some of the newer Fire Emblems. And Speedgrapher, the anime. Yusuke Kozaki, yeah. I think he's yeah, he did some of the No More Heroes designs. Yeah, Speedgrapher, No More Heroes, Half Minute Hero, Fire Emblem Awakening. What was it called? Quite a bit of Suda 51 stuff. Fire Emblem Fates, Fire Emblem Heroes, a couple of the designs from Heroes. The Somnium Files. He did some Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet designs. That's a lot of fun. Number here is 3. Oh, he didn't do the ones for, what's it called? 3 Houses. I guess what's it called? It was mostly the 3DS ones. I guess you can kind of tell, yeah. It's like a major, like... I guess I feel like Date himself is a very, like... Kozaki kind of fun. I feel like you kind of detect it with a lot of the men. It's usually in the eyes. Like, the eyes, like, kind of are very much like his, like, kind of thing where they're very, like, kind of just, like, very detailed, but also very gray and very striking. Yeah, there's like very different, like kind of almost very hyper-specific face stuff. Like when you look at like some of the older characters like Death Metal or Dr. Peace, they have that sort of like very bold and like kind of just underlined kind of like jaw lines and such. Appendixes. Abyss. As this department that we end up going through. BL, always an important one to click on. The Evolver is his gun. Peter invented it as a way to fire bullets. Let's see, the end system. This is a network of cameras. The BL gun. It's like, that would be a fun one to have. It's almost kind of like a ray gun that turns anything into like BL. Be like, this book is pretty boring. Just fire it with the BL gun and it becomes something a little nicer. A water gun that squirts the chemicals that turns the frogs. I feel like it's that thing where like if you spray it at a frog, it turns into like a very Bishonen frog boy. There's sinking, that's the little devices, and the sinking is the person that goes through it. Let's see. A sec. That's short for second. If I told my bosses that the script will be ready in a sec, I would get scolded. Oh no, not Kota being like... just like putting SOS's in the middle of this. A kiss from a prince might revive you, but only the frog part. Oh, it's like a reverse kind of like the frog prince, where if you kiss the yaoi frog, or the BL frog, he becomes like This very dashing prince. It's like, hello there. I'm just a little frog. I don't know what to do here, but I heard that I could become a prince soon. I used to be a prince, but I got stuck in this form. I was told that the only way out would be just a little smooch. Do you think you could offer me one? Let's see, emo. Stirring emotions, often sad or negative. Emoing. To express emotions, feeling and acting according to emotion, even though it might seem contradictory. When Date says he would cry tears of joy, this is an example of emoing. Yes, I made this word up, so don't say mean stuff like emoing isn't a word, lol. Let's see, koteka. An accessory worn by indigenous people in New Guinea. A cylindrical sheath made of a hollowed out gourd over the Is this like a cod piece? I don't know when koteka came up in the story. Let's see, Somnium is this thing, the device that enters dreams. The time in the Somnium is very descriptive. Let's see. We party. In Japan, youth subculture exists known as paripi, a portmanteau of party people. Typically describes young men and women who frequently dance at clubs and parties. The paripi subculture also features its own distinguishable slang. The head office. It's just an office. I cannot even. A slang phrase that intentionally excludes the verb, usually to express bewilderment and stress. I like how some of this glossary is just slang. They're just picked up on because Date is like old. Let's see, this is just, oh, this is where you get to see the what's it called? Kozaki's like kind of design. Yeah. Oh, this little Ferris wheel one. Yeah, this is like definitely him. This is speed grapher as heck. Maybe I might actually do this investigation a little further. I'm feeling a little stir crazy. At first I was gonna end it soon, but I'm like, you know what? Everyone's here, Ota's here. I should ask Ota how he's feeling, because he's a little stressed out. That, what's it called? He ditched, what's it called? Mizuki after she saw her, like, mother passed. Let's see, about Mizuki.
Mizuki didn't seem like she was angry with you.
What? You met Mizuki? Oh, at the interrogation.
That's right. He doesn't know I live with Mizuki. I have no reason to hide it, but it's sort of hard to explain. Yeah, I spoke to Mizuki at her, questioning earlier.
You're sick, Date.
What do you mean?
What?
Questioning? That sounds dirty.
Yeah, the game has decent voice work too. It is very modern. I think that, what's it called? You have quite a few people that are in like a lot of games and anime. I think Ota might be like Zach Aguilar, and I think Date is Greg Chun. Those are kind of like the more like noticeable voices I remember.
If I were writing a light novel, that's exactly how I would describe a sexy scene.
What kind of novels are you writing, kid?
Let's see, I'm so used to RPGs from Japan having VAs that sound like they're stuck in 2005. I guess because, what's it called? I feel like with VAing, a lot of it does kind of just like take pretty much people that have been like acting for a while and kind of put them in. I think that probably the closest to like modern acting would probably be like your sort of Atlas games where they kind of pick up like whoever's either been in anime recently or just like up and coming people who you'll probably hear a lot more often. Where it's wild, like hearing Persona 5 in like 2017 where I didn't recognize anyone, and then just being like here right now and I'm like, oh yeah, all of those people have been in like 50 million dubs since then. I would never want to be a dubber. Like, I would love to do voice acting, but I did look up recently, like, some of the actresses and actors that were in, like, the movie The Stranger by the Shore, and like I was like, damn, you guys are in like 50 million things just because like simuldubs keep getting cranked out. Like, what do you mean, like, what's it called? This actor has like been in like maybe like 5 or 6 productions for like Crunchyroll Funimation in like 2023. Yeah, underpaid, script isn't gonna be accurate. Probably don't have a lot of guidance. Yeah, I think that usually when you start cranking out dubs really quickly, I imagine that you're probably just going after like whatever you can be able to scrounge up very quickly, especially from a very hyper-specific language that's also steeped in a lot of puns. Like in this game alone, like there's like so many pun jokes where like he'll just be like, soba, and they're like, no, that's a sofa. And it's like, this probably would have been really deeply hilarious in like Japanese, but because pun humor is kind of just a little off, like there's only so much puns you can work with that kind of match. I noticed they try to copy the mannerisms of the original cast, but it isn't real. I think that, yeah, you can't really say senpai in English because there's no really like word that you would use for a superior. Like, you would just be like, oh, you. We don't usually graduate. I think usually when you address people that are above you, it would be like freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. But beyond that, like, you would just not say like senpai or kohai. Or yeah, I was thinking about the mannerisms. It was one of those things where I remember for the longest time, like ages ago, I saw the dub for Darling in the Franxx when like there was that big like, I thought you were fodder scene. And like at first, like I was like a little off about it, and I was like, this sounds really rough. But I'm like, I imagine in Japanese it probably sounds the same when you have somebody being like, I called you fodder. It's like, no, I called you a monster. And I was like, that probably sounds a little off in both-ish languages. Similar English in Metal Gear Solid. I feel like in Metal Gear Solid it's probably like that too, because you have like a lot of those codecs where they're trying to humor you and they're trying to like give you some things like where they're commenting on the things that you have or the things that you experience and kind of doing a little color commentary on it. And for better or worse, there are some things that are just gonna slip through the cracks. Yeah, there is that sort of high... Yeah, I feel like sometimes when you have characters, especially when you have like older people like voicing high schoolers, you have to kind of like put your voice up in a way. Like if I personally was voicing like somebody that was like kind of like just this high schooler hero type, it would be that thing where I would just be like, I have to stop them no matter what. Beyond that, I know it's difficult, but deep down in my core, I know I have to charge forward. I must succeed. And it sounds like something where, like, when you hear that out in public, you would just be like, dude, just speak normally. But, like, in, like, the realm of comic books or anime, it just feels second nature to just get really overdramatic with it. And no matter what, just act as if you're really struggling. All this is why I would never want to be a dub. I respect the translation all alone for low pay. Yeah. I really feel bad for a lot of translators nowadays because you have that thing where, like, there's just all eyes on you. And if, like, you don't do a translation that's, like, that feels like it was done through, like, ChatGPT or feels a lot more robotic, you're kind of stuck being like, well, what's it called? You put a little too much liberties in this. What is the reason? But I always just think of like the Evangelion like Netflix dub where like even though it's like very accurate to a T, like it feels like it misses a lot because you don't have like the little extra flourishings, but you also have to like do a judgment call on which flourishings are going to be like breathing life into the characters and which flourishings are going to make people angry.
I don't know your
Sometimes it can be really difficult when the lines start to blur between things that make people angry and things that don't. Like, with Unicorn Overload, people were like pissed that they were just speaking in like a storybook like language, and it's like, this is a storybook world. They should be speaking in like ye olds like English.
I went to a Dojin store to look at the new releases.
Dojins.
And I ate some ramen at Jiro's, and then headed over to the PC cafe to browse threads. You know, normal.
Just normal otaku stuff.
If that's normal, I haven't had a normal day in my life.
Hey, you can't talk shit, Date. You're a creep. Sometimes I feel the best way to do it is to view it as a new thing. Yeah. Because I guess that's that thing where it's a little probably easier to be able to just start off fresh, but at the same time, it's also probably really difficult when you're on a schedule, and it's such a tight schedule that you're like discovering about the series as you go along. Like, I feel like probably if you don't have like a source, if you don't have a source material to go off of especially, you're just kind of riding on the seat of your pants as far as like what direction you have to go. And I imagine it's even more difficult when you have like to localize it in another country, even beyond America or Britain. Like, I imagine if you were like doing like French or Italian dubs and you have to simulcast it, you have the same exact kind of like struggle of being like, okay, like what kind of emotion do I give off from this? I can't even contact anyone to animate it. Probably even worse there. I feel like the Italian dubs go really wild, where I feel like anytime I've heard a clip from an Italian dub, they're like, "Ugh!" I love the German dubs. I watched the German dub for Angel Beats, and like they had like just this very kind of just really calm, like kind of a little bit of a calmer like inflection than you would think. Yeah, it's such a fond memory. I'm so sorry for bringing it back up. But like, there was a wonderful character voiced by Megumi Ogata, who they had like this German voice who was just this really, really chipper kind of twinkish like, "Das war doch Deutschland." I was like, oh man, like I might fall for both of these voices. I think I downloaded it on like a site, a CD site. They had like maybe 5 different voices, and I'm like, you know what? Like, I don't know what German voices are like. I should watch it in this and see what it's like. Sorry, I know an ad's coming up soon, but it's gonna be a minute, so I'll probably like maybe fill up on a drink maybe. Hit on BRB. Oh, I'm back. I was writhing a little bit because I remember number 6. I really want to talk about that. What's it called? I remember number 6. It's such an amazing show. Recently, I ended up thinking about it because what's it called? They did some kind of musical, like, not a musical, like a stage play. They did a recent stage play on number 6, so I kept on seeing people like bring it up again. I'm like, oh man, that was such a cute show when I last saw it. I think I saw it in college. I was blogging it a little bit because I do some anime blogging on the side, and I was like, yeah, there was that, what's it called? Remember, there's 2 guys who were separate. Yeah, there was a Shion and Nezumi. Or what's it called? Like Nezumi was trying to like, I guess was from the other side in like the slummy area and was like, they're hiding shit from you, Shion. But like because of that, like because Shion was just the kind of affluent kid, like everyone thought he was an enemy of the state because he got close to Nezumi. So he kind of ends up like, yeah, they kind of end up like, what's it called, going through the tunnel, and like Shion gets introduced to like Nezumi's kind of world. Yeah, they have the, what's it called, there's the dance scene. They do a goodnight kiss when he runs away, and Nezumi's like, goodnight kiss, huh? I remember the ending was a little messy, but what's it called? I have such fond memories of that. Let's see about Renju's case.
I don't know anything.
I think I saw the whole thing. That show stuck in my head. Yeah, I feel like it was a really cute show, but it was a little bit of a mess. It was kind of one of those things where as it went on, like all the sci-fi stuff started to clash with one another. So up to the tunnel part. I guess that's around the part where they ended up like, what's it called? Where Nezumi ended up going into Shion's territory. But yeah, I did see a lot of people mention it because the stage play got adapted after like probably like 10 years. Like more than 10 years since the anime. I guess all of the best bits and stopped when the plot started getting weird. That's probably kind of the best place to stop it. Because I feel like there was stuff with the bees. The girl came back, but she had something weird going on with her. And it was that like whole thing where she was like, I love you, Shion. And it's like, oh, you don't know. You don't know about the goodnight kiss. Obviously. Best BL anime, Death Note. Just the, what's it called, the Light and L dynamics.
I've only seen Renju a couple of times.
Honestly, not even a joke. I feel like, what's it called? Everything like around the point where like, what's it called? Like Light and L were still able to have that emotional like kind of just tennis. Yeah, I don't know if the manga's BL, but the anime definitely has a lot of tension. I always love to see the videos where it's like Death Note, but like you don't hear the inner thoughts, or Death Note where like, what's it called? Like something happens and it's just this really awkward exchange between just really two awkward boys. It's just like, you're gonna grab that, right? Yeah, of course I'll grab it. I see, you just grabbed it. Grabbed what? That, you grabbed that. Like, it only makes sense when you have like the internal dialogue where he's just like, I don't want him to notice me, but maybe I kinda do.
I didn't think it was possible to be this bad at lying.
Season 2 is just like, what's it called? Your first Cape breakup. It's like, Nier, you're not the same. Without L, it just doesn't have its punchline.
Though it is plainly obvious, I did a thermal check on Ota's body.
You know, Nier, what's it called? L might have been a bit of a prick, but he did it with grace. You know, Light was so sad he lost like his other half.
This is his current body temperature.
Oh man, he's lying about, what's it called? Renju, who's what's his name?
That's what I thought.
He owns this idol company, but he also is Mizuki's father, who had recently died.
Have you forgotten, Ota? You're my thrall.
Oh damn. All wars of gay lovers spats. Speaking of lover spats, apparently I am Ota's thrall.
You don't want me to tell Iris your secret, do you?
Huh?
Wait, it's no big deal. I just...
You better start talking.
But you were happy about giving the deets.
Okay.
Man, I love this emoji, this emoticon, this Kappa pride. It slaps so nicely.
Last night, I was walking over to Sunfish Pocket, and I saw Renju come out of the building.
Was he alone?
Oh, what a lie detector. Let's see this.
Someone was with him. man.
Hmm? Hmm? It was a man. Nice one. In a romantic way? Oh. That's a no. Is it a no?
A woman.
In my will. It's like, in my will, I want this on my tombstone. It's like, they better engrave the rainbow gradients.
Okay, look.
I know that a lot of stones only have slate and only gray, but you better put, like the rainbow colors in the engraving.
I can tell you're trying to protect her, but you have to help me out here.
The Twitch better not come after me like Disney did with that Spider-Man grave.
No, it definitely for sure wasn't Tessa.
Got it. So Renju was with Iris.
Oh yeah, because he stalks Iris. Damn.
Okay, fine. There's no point in hiding it, I guess. You're right. Renju came out of the building with Tessa.
Jeff Bezos directly contacts your family. Sorry, but Kappa Pride is mine. It's like, that's property of mine. It's going on my headstone. Damn it.
Tessa has nothing to do with this. She wouldn't murder anyone. She wouldn't hurt a fly. She's an idol.
I know idols get really jealous.
You need to stop putting her on a pedestal.
You need to open up the possibility of this idol potentially being a murderer.
Tessa is a savior to me. The Tessa I know wouldn't hurt anyone.
A savior?
The first time I met her, I had a bad case of writer's block. And I saw all this awful negativity online and...
You helped add to it by being one of her, like, sock puppet accounts.
I lost sight of what I really wanted to write. It was the lowest point of my life.
He is talking like a professional, though he hasn't published anything.
Yeah.
Then, by pure chance, I found a video of Tessa singing and dancing. And it made me realize something important.
Something important?
You don't have to care what people think, you know? If you do your best at what you believe in, your message will get through to people. That attitude is something all great creators need to have.
I guess that attitude is kind of what all the guys in this game have, because everyone's just kind of like shamelessly themselves. Like, Ota is shamelessly an otaku, and Date is shamelessly like
After that,
a massive
I became
perv.
a huge A-set fan and got over my writer's block. And I know I'm not the only one
I know
Tessa
your
has
mom's
inspired.
not really happy with you though, because you've
A
been
lot of
spending too
otaku
much
like me
time
say
with
that Tessa is their
Iris.
savior. She cheers them up when they're down. So there's no way Tessa can be involved in murder. Absolutely impossible.
It's like, she wouldn't have a cheery murder. Slow down, I didn't say Iris is the murderer. Isn't otaku somebody obsessed with Japan? Otaku are usually people that are obsessed with anything or like something. But the most prolific otaku are usually anime otaku. So those are usually the people that are really obsessed with Japan, but mostly with its connections to anime. Like, Ota is a little bit more that traditional otaku of somebody that's like obsessed with like idols, but also anime and gaming and like kind of computer stuff. With this next wave, like, part of otaku culture is kind of like things like streaming and VTubing. So a lot of that's also tied into like the kinds of things that, let me look and see if there's, oh, I have to maybe, oh, the menu is here. Because I want to look into the file. I think that, what's it called? There's something about Ota. Because there's people that stream, oh, what's it called? No, Iris streams Minecraft. So what's it called? She does, one of her hobbies is Let's Plays. So part of that otaku-dom, yeah, is this thing called Shovel Forge, which is just like a Fortnite clone. But then Dojinshi is definitely something that he's mentioned, what's it called, being a fan of. So comics and books. Usually erotic in nature. I don't have any, but I need to do some research, so please send me some. I remember longest time liking anime would brought as, yeah. You would get like the distinction of being either labeled as an otaku or a weeb, but otaku is probably the most kind of old-fashioned term, so anytime you have like otaku, it was for better or worse a fan of anime, which sometimes is pretty solid, but other times like you would get a lot of insults, like how Ota is often insulted in this game for being like kind of stuck in a lot of his hobby. Abstract painting.
That one is called Lying, Wishing, Marking Demons.
Hey, Mizuki earlier said that this was like Hawaiian dreams and like demons or plastic demons. Everyone has a different name for this. A potted plant.
Date, look! A little stink bug!
Oh.
Yay!
Well, not yay, a stink bug.
Yay! A stink bug!
Oh yeah, with Aiba, that's what's it called? I recognize, yeah, that's Erica Harlacher from what's it called? She was on in Persona and Venti from Genshin. So yeah, there is like kind of just, I feel like those are probably the most. I know Boss, who's what's it called? This particular character, I believe is not Hitomi, is Boss. I guess the one that says Boss. Yeah, that's Allegra Clark. And this, I believe, is Sean Chiplock. I have a very, it's like a lot of my hyper, like, kind of obsession with, like, things are like that sort of... I'm somebody who recognizes a lot of actor names, voice actor names, but usually often just regular actor names as well. I'm super into movies, but also anime, but because of that, I end up also falling into that deep otaku kind of thing. Alright, a potted plant that's riddled with bugs. Receptionist. Let's see, Lemniscate logo, the company logo. Let's see, this is,
Oh, that's Rundoyer.
Rundoyer.
Who is that?
Rundoyer video is playing. This is the door, probably the office in the back. Lots of different drinks are here. This game has a lot of flavor text, so it's kind of fun to interact with them.
That's just a high stool.
That's a high stool.
What about high school?
See, this is the pun humor. Exhibit A.
I said stool.
There was a really funny gag earlier where like Mizuki was here and like was like, what's it called? Date, you always think about high schools, don't you, you creep? Sofa.
One more bowl, please.
See, that's the soba joke.
That would be soba.
Ah, more puns. Let's see, blank monitor. It's a monitor with nothing on it. Wonder what the original pun was. Yeah, because I guess it's like you would have to think of something that is related to a chair or different chair puns. It's like, because they're mostly just adapting the puns to English puns, but I'm like, there's definitely a different like item in this. Lots of magazines featured how to get rich with cryptocurrency. I'll definitely be taking that one. No, Date, don't take on the stereotype of a crypto bro. It's not bad, but I imagine Japanese. Oops, that's my pill alarm for anxiety medication. Alright, Ota, slow down. I didn't say Iris is a murder. Up. And deposed gorilla. I imagine it's probably, what's it called? Somebody that had like one of those like spam messages. Yeah, it's probably, I feel like it's probably something where I imagine it's a very different one, but it's definitely a little bit more tied to the conversation they're having. Have you ever seen this post about the two Japanese King of the Hill fans arguing over dub and sub? I did read about how like there is like a very hyper specific fandom where like where the King of the Hill Japanese fandom gets a little more fussy about like watching the subs because there is like lost in translation stuff from the dubs. I wonder if it's like that with South Park, because I feel like that's also something where you have this very like region specific kind of like, I guess kind of like references, and a lot of it must seem like very different. Or maybe there's stuff where they add different like things that might be a little easier to understand. Yeah, because I feel like I remember seeing the Japanese dub for the South Park movie, like, but like only clips on YouTube, where they would just, what's it called, do like the song Uncle Fucker. And it's like, wait a second, like, I wonder like if this has been dubbed before, like I wonder if there's stuff where people are just like having to do the research on all of these like American celebrities or like things that Americans do.
I need to hear her side of the story. If I do, I might find out she's totally
I don't
innocent.
think Iris would be able to carry
If
like
you
the body of a
truly believe that she
grown
didn't do it, you should tell me everything you know.
150-pound guy.
But
do it for Iris.
Do it for the go. What time did Renju and Iris leave the building?
around 6:15, I guess.
Where did they go?
I didn't see. They got into Renju's car and drove off.
What did you do?
I went inside Sunfish Pocket, but I saw a sign that said the entire club was reserved. I figured I would just go home.
Oh, there was something.
What happened?
Oh, Iris is here. Nice. We could ask her about stuff.
Date.
Iris, there's something I need to ask you. Come with me.
Hmm?
Oh, I didn't get to talk to the receptionist. I guess it's probably for the best, because I feel like the receptionist stuff would just be like really rude, like boob jokes. Oh man, interrogation. Oh, that's the boss in the back, which is really cool.
Iris, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Let's see. Let me save this a moment. Because, what's it called? Oh, that's just the glossary. It's like, I don't know if this is going to be a little bit more like... a little bit more of a gameplay heavy part of this game.
Please answer honestly. However, you do not have to say anything that might incriminate you.
The right to remain silent? You're treating me like a criminal.
Not exactly. I'm just looking for the truth.
More of a witness.
And I would appreciate your cooperation.
Alright. Let's see. I guess exhaust these. Is Ota's story true?
Here's what Ota told me. Yesterday around 6:15 p.m., you and Renju came out of the Sunfish Pocket building. Is that true?
Yes. Mr. Okiura called me and told me he wanted me to come to Sunfish Pocket, ASAP.
Around what time was that?
5 p.m., I think.
Still alive.
I got ready, then headed over there. I guess I got there about an hour
Oh, I just
later.
realized sub was censored. Oh, because it's a... what's it called?
Date, I checked her call history. At 4:58 p.m.,
It can be used
there is
in
a
other
record of a call to
phrases.
Iris from Renju's phone.
Let's see. What were you doing with Renju?
What were you doing with Renju?
He asked me about a job.
What kind of job?
He rented out Sunfish Pocket for a party and he wanted me to MC. He said that it was an important party and that a lot of big shots were gonna be there.
but the girl he asked to do it originally got sick and couldn't come. But I turned him down.
Why?
Because I'm just an internet idol. I've never done any emceeing before, especially with important people being there.
Let's see. What did you do after you turned him down?
What did you do after you turned him down?
I left with Mr. Okiura at 6:15 p.m. That must have been when Ota saw me.
And after that?
I asked Mr. Okiura to take me home in his car. I got home at 7 p.m. I was home the rest of the night.
What do you think, Iva?
I cannot detect any contradictions. However, her story appears almost too organized. Human memory is ambiguous. Her use of exact times leads me to be suspicious.
That's true.
Let's see. Do you have an alibi for last night?
What were you doing from 7 to 9 last night?
I was at home the whole time.
You're sure?
Yes.
Iva, thermograph.
There is no noticeable rise in Iris's body temperature.
She isn't lying.
Not necessarily. We must consider the possibility that she is a natural liar.
With that kind of confidence, her temperature wouldn't change.
Correct.
Renju's estimated time of death was 8 p.m. last night. If Iris's story is true, she couldn't have died.
So we gotta say something that really scares.
There is another possibility. Even if Iris was at home, she could have killed Renju.
You mean...
Let's see. You used to work at Sunfish Pocket, right?
I heard you used to work at Sunfish Pocket.
That's right.
How long?
A little over a year.
Working there that long, you're probably pretty familiar with the equipment.
Yeah, I guess.
Let's see. When did you find out when Renju was killed?
When did you find out Renju was killed?
This morning, on the news.
And you were with Renju last night? You didn't think to call the police and inform them of this?
Oh, sorry. Is that something you're supposed to do?
Kinda.
I had a podcast to record this morning, so if I went to the police, I'd be late. And that would cause everyone a lot of trouble, you know?
Let's see, about the surveillance camera. You sure know about the
What about the surveillance
parts
camera?
of this building?
Do you know where those tapes were stored?
What are you trying to say?
I asked your mother about your alibi.
I'll ask again. You are sure you were at home around 8 p.m. yesterday?
Yes.
Can I ask your mother about your alibi?
She could have been recording her podcast while doing the murder. Or it could have been a remote kind of thing. Wait, it was a choking. Where, like, he got strangled from behind. So I guess there has to be some kind of, like, moment where Iris, like, strangled him if she was the culprit.
You can, but there'd be no point.
Why is that?
Or indirectly.
My mom was at home.
Where she knew the murderer.
She came back home early this morning.
Is Iris meant to be a VTube streamer? No, she's just kind of like a live kind of face streamer. I don't know if there's VTubers in this, because this is a little bit older. I know that around this time, like, you did have Kotone, I believe. Or Korone? Or what's it called? It was like the very first one that everyone loved. I know it was, yeah, flesh tubing. Because she's a professional, I guess a semi-professional idol. Yeah, it's that thing where it's like, I feel like flesh tubing is such a really odd thing, because you would just say a live streamer. That makes a little bit more sense. I mean, I guess VTubing is live, but I feel like flesh is a little grody. I know who the first... Aikizuna. Yeah, she was like the original. I think Aikizuna at least was around them. But, yeah, that term is very egregious.
Yeah.
Where was she?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Flesh tubing sounds like a term used by someone who wanted to be uploaded to virtual reality. Yeah, I feel like it's... Yeah, from the moment I was born, I knew the weakness of my flesh. I feel like, yeah, flesh tubing feels like something where you're, like, uploading part of yourself into a body. Or uploading part of yourself into, like, I guess, virtual reality, but to do it, you have to become, like, part of, like, the tech. like a very like Cronenberg kind of thing, where you end up kind of becoming the technology. Like this sort of like video drone scammers kind of stuff, where you're just like, okay, like if I'm going to become a flesh tuber, like I need to like take in part of like my body into like the camera, and to do that, it's just like this body horror stuff. Is Existence worth watching? I still need to see Existence. I know it comes on TV every so often, but I know it's one of those things where it's something that has a bit more of a cult following. So that's usually just short to say, like, if you're a fan of the director, you probably like it. But if you're not a fan of the director, you probably wouldn't think much of it.
Think of it. Iris's mom had connections to Renju too.
Because I feel like usually when it comes to like a weaker part of like a director's like kind of filmography, it's something where it's a little bit more interesting just as like an extension of the director in relation to good movies they made. Yeah, Videodrome's a movie about how movies impact us.
Hitomi did mention that yesterday.
Yeah, or how we have kind of like a direct relationship between like what we watch and like our physicality of it, because it feels like you're like a separate eye that's like just taking things in, like gathering new information, but the new information is clearly just stuff that's like presented in front of you.
Renju was my classmate at
I
age
don't know if a
of
movie
5.
can really accurately explore how the internet impacts us, especially before the internet was really big. I think that's only something the internet can do. I think that it would have to be something that's a little bit more abstract. Like, I think there was like 2 particular films that are kind of close to it. One is probably Strange Days, which was a Catherine Bigelow film about like, I guess kind of virtual, like kind of like very almost too real, like virtual like reality, where you would be able to play like different like memories as like kind of like little discs, but like those memories are things that like you feel. So if you're like skiing down a mountain, you would feel that skiing. Or with murder, like you would feel the, I guess, the energy of who either the person that is the murderer or the person that got murdered. And that's where like a big part of like that mystery is. I think there's also maybe ones where it feels like more of like a clip show, or like I feel like for something to accurately capture the internet, it would have to be a film where like maybe every 5 minutes there's a complete switch in direction, where it would feel like little vignettes that just feel out of place because it would be like exploring different tabs. Especially if you're on your phone and you can switch between like looking up like information about the world around you and like playing like an app game, or like looking up a map, or looking up like just random different like information.
We've known each other for 20 years now.
However, we have nothing to link her to the case.
Yeah, 90s portrayals of the internet are obsessed with virtual portrayals of bodies, which are one-to-one people in their real life. Yeah, it kind of feels like something where it ends up linking more towards like something like VR, or something like kind of streaming versus like something that actually accurately captures what it's like to feel like you're having an out-of-body experience. Because it's weird, you feel like you're in a different place or in a different space if you're on your phone, because your phone has all of the information in the universe. I can click on an app and experience like 5 different lifetimes in like 1 minute, or like 5 different people's existences in a minute. You go on something like Twitter or Blue Sky or Reddit, and like every user on there is experiencing like so many different people's like opinions, so many different like pieces of information, and we're just putting it together like little kind of just puzzle pieces, just making sense of it. But the world inside your phone isn't the world that you're actually feeling on the outside. You could be embroiled in a very serious debate over the phone, but you could just be sitting on your couch listening to music. Or like, what's it called, walking around outside, getting from one place to another while being in a deep, intense argument.
But I am curious. What was Hitomi doing last night?
Like, you could go through deep emotional trauma and turmoil just, what's it called, just from doing something as simple as just looking at a screen. Or like processing new information that you didn't think your body could experience or would want to experience. It's very fascinating stuff, and I'm really happy that you were able to kind of like, I guess, what's it called, like, discuss this.
Am I a
because
suspect?
it's something that kind of opens up my sort of, my kind of communications major mind. Because like, I have like a master in communication, so it's something where, like, I love film theory, I love literary theory, I love theory in itself, because it's something where everyone just has different perspectives of how people end up having these sort of direct experiences with something. Like, just the fact that I'm like streaming and VTubing and just controlling this, it's something where it's like a cognizant effort and a sort of like culmination of just my interest in just niche anime and video games, just kind of compiled and compressed into a single just live stream. A lot of old 90s and TVs kind of just feel like, yeah, it's also just sort of a primitive nature of what the internet was like, where you're dealing with just people whose most dramatic kind of twists with the internet would be sending an email from one college to another, like usually like a library, sending different information, and then from there we just start ballooning into chats and what's it called, internet chat rooms. And something like VTubing is something that accurately also captures the experience of a chat room, just in a different sense, especially when you're having direct contact with somebody that is either doing I guess live streaming or VTubing. Just chats going from chat cybering and chatting, going from just being, you enter a chat room that's based on interest and you see where it goes, versus forums where it ends up just kind of creating a membership based on those interests and sort of slowly drip feeding that info to social media, pretty much putting a name and face to a lot of the people that make these exchanges.
It's fine, Date. It's true that I met with Mr. Okiura yesterday, but
it's probably the most sophisticated kind of conversation I've been able to have, especially when it comes to just kind of that sort of, I guess, experience. With the 90s, a lot of that VR stuff was a combination of skepticism about how big the internet can get, but also just a deep curiosity. You watch old tapes of people experiencing AOL and what's it called, Microsoft Windows 95, and they treat it like you're what's it called, Neo in the Matrix, just having an entirely different experience. But that thing of just being nearly Neo from the Matrix is a very optimistic way of how the internet would, I guess, kind of have everyone interact with it, versus just kind of going online and having people get angry at each other. But in the same way, it's also a way to be able to share recipes and such, be able to understand what people grew up with, and how each of our experiences can be pieced together to create one cognizant message of what this experience is like. You know, it's a real
it's
weird
impossible that I'm the killer.
The weird dynamics of the internet.
Why?
I'm a teenage girl. Mr. Okiura is a fully grown man.
See, that's what I was thinking. The strangling and carrying
Oh, she's got a point.
is kind of the most illogical part of this.
A girl like her could have stabbed, poisoned, or shot him dead, but strangling?
No, it's still possible. You see.
Let's see. No, it would be sedating.
The autopsy discovered a high concentration of benzodiazepine in Renchu's body.
the amount of closeted men that have been allowed to be much less closeted online. Yeah, being able to kind of have these forums as a way for a lot of people who are closeted to be able to find either like-minded people, ask questions about their identities, be able to kind of bond with people who have had that shared experience. Like, some of these spaces aren't the most healthy because we all have such different experiences that there is infighting. Like, I think that going online and seeing other bi people, especially bi people that are either out, or a combination of bi people and also, like, people that are either severely unable to be able to express, like, who they are to people who are just still figuring things out. There's a lot of mess with it, but it's also a way to be able to learn and such. I don't even mean openly LGBT places. I guess probably like hobbies. I think there's a lot of places that are implicitly gay, even if they are outwardly hateful. Yeah, I guess it's that sort of thing where you have like that sort of bonding through just things like, I think sports is one where you have a lot of people that end up like kind of being able to really enjoy something, maybe a TV show. I think there was a really fascinating thing where I stumbled into a thread recently on Tomb Raider, on like, I think like the Tomb Raider subreddit. There was like usually it's conversations about like the games or the movies, usually nostalgia stuff, and then there's people that are like, you know, I had this particular experience with the old games that made me feel like I was like, that I was Laura, that I felt this way. And people just have like a deep relationship with things that are often very much different from one another. One person might play Tomb Raider wanting to, like, I guess ogle Laura, but one person might play it and they'll like personally just feel super connected with her. Whether it's a desire to become her or a desire to be as confident as her. Like, the person who mentioned this was gay, but I imagine a lot of people would be able to see Laura as like the ideal woman to become. It's very fascinating that you have like pieces of media that are able to kind of just have different effects on people just based on like how they experience it, when they experience it. Sometimes these places can be hostile. Sometimes when you meet new people, you have to like have just random people just be like, no, that's not how it is. My version of this is more important than yours. My version of this is more accurate than yours. But when it comes to things like art, like a lot of people have different like reactions to it. Some people look at art as something where it's just something to enjoy, it's a place to escape. And then other people look at it as a way to be able to reflect upon themselves and be able to have deeper conversations about who they are and how they think based off of just taking these things. There's so many gay memes just posted over the internet without anyone being aware of it. Yeah, like you just have like things like, what's it called, like different slang, like AAVE, that's kind of like sort of like seeped into like a lot of like our experiences with like gay media, and like, but also a lot of this is also brought into the general like public. So now you just have random people. You have like grandmothers that know what slay is. What's it called? Brat was one of those things where Charlie XCX's Brat was one of those things where it got really popular with queer people, but in the process of this, through that sort of like sublimination, like this ended up being something that ended up sort of becoming a lot more part of the mainstream as people started to use this as a way to educate themselves on like, what's it called, like queer culture, and how, what's it called, a lot of it ends up trickling back to like straight crowds. I think a lot of internet terms also are already terms from before. Yeah, like what's it called? Some people end up, yeah, phantom tax or skibbity. These are just things that people will just come up with at whim. Like the term weeaboo came from like some weird webcomic of just a random guy with a paddle shouting it at somebody that he wanted to paddle. But at some point it just got like distorted into just a phrase for like extreme like otaku. Or Among Us just being a random word. Just a combination of words that made up a video game. But because some people know about the video game, they end up cackling whenever they see random instances of Among Us. Or like someone might look at Aiba and like put like a red filter over her and be like, Among Us? In like a funny way.
This drug is commonly used as a sedative. It is likely that
I don't
Renju
think
was in a state
it's
of
all too
compromised
often we get a
consciousness
genuine
before
new
his
word
death.
from internet culture. A lot of these words were popularized to new people and often not used correctly either. Yeah, you often just have people that end up just jumping into it. Sometimes it's something like gyat, where it goes from just being like an utterance, like you look at like a fine butt and you're like gyat, to somebody just being like using it in a sentence, like inaccurately, and just being like, her gyat is impressive. Or even people that just start to misunderstand what gyat is, and they make it up into like a phrase that's supposed to be even different than it was before. I think there was a popular VTuber who said it was like short for get your act together, and people were just making fun of it because it was furthest from the truth. But that's just something where the internet is just a process of playing a game of telephone with people who are trying to learn, or people that just only learn as a trial by fire and then realize what it is just through interacting with more and more people from the internet. Alright, let's show these sedatives. Oh.
A heavy concentration of sedatives were discovered in Renju's body. Renju was practically in a coma before he died. He wouldn't have struggled.
So, Iris could have strangled him.
Could have.
Wait a minute. Even if I was somehow able to kill him, the rest of it is impossible.
Okay, but it's just weird when people say Riz, sus, brain rot. I think brain rot was like a new term that like got entered into like the dictionary recently, or at least was a contender for it. Like I think that, what's it called? Every year when you see like the new list of like new words that have been entered into the Webster's dictionary, like you have just really interesting things. Barbiecore, bed rotting, global boiling, and shitification. What's it called? Boop, chef's kiss. Like, these are things where, like, as you start to get in, bed rotting, girl dinner, and shitification. Like, mid, bussin', the ick, pretty privilege, Barbiecore. Like, these are things that you wouldn't use in real life. Maybe sometimes. Or like the word gooning, that's something where it's a very new thing. Where like at first it would, I mean the word goon is really old, but like at some point, like I guess like somebody was like, the word goon is when you get off like in a way that makes you feel like you shut your brain off, because your brain is as mind shut as maybe like kind of just like your standard like kind of, I guess, gangster goon. But at some point it just ended up becoming, it used to be very porn specific, and then eventually ended up being just something that you would use to describe somebody who is kind of just like, I guess, kind of very perverted in a sense, or something that is perverted.
The rest of it?
Like hanging up his body?
How do you know that?
What do you mean? It's all over the news.
Oh, sorry
That's
about
true.
this. This is the body of Renju.
Renju weighed about 160
Yeah, the meaning's
pounds.
pretty well understood at
Even
this
if
point.
she used her entire body weight, I don't think...
Right. It would be hard for her
I think
to
it
do
would
with her
be
strength alone.
I'm not sure exactly how much of this,
But
like,
with a little ingenuity,
will,
it
I
could
guess,
be
what's
done.
it called? Be able to translate well with YouTube, but
Ingenuity.
I don't really make money off of like YouTube VODs, so what's it called? Shit, fuck, piss. Sorry. Let's see. The next one is the discovery.
Renju's
Oh.
corpse was discovered
Sorry,
at the meat
I'm
cafe
really
Sunfish
squeamish, so I'm
Pockets.
always like really sad. You see,
Hanging from a beam
when I
on the
play like a
ceiling by a
crime
wire.
game and they see the crime scenes,
He was found.
Like, I
over
was
the
playing a lot
counter.
of Famicom Detective Club, and it was just really gruesome to have
The
to
wire
keep
was
on
attached
seeing
on both
like the
ends.
bodies. It's
One
like, I don't
end
want to
was attached to a
investigate
hook
this.
that
I don't
was
want to
embedded
just
inside
like
Renju's
poke
jaw.
around.
The other end was attached.
People deserve
The
respect.
kegs hold approximately 20 liters of liquid. They weigh
Yeah, it's
approximately
very
55
bleak.
pounds each.
Yeah, it was something where I guess he was sedated. He was choked from behind, and whoever like strangled him carried him into this restaurant, like I guess, and like kind of hung him up by like a fish hook. Let's see the discovery.
It went like this.
Oh no.
First, Renju was laid out on the counter. Next, the wire was thrown over the beam and connected
I
to
guess
the
he's
hook in his
describing
jaw.
it better than I could.
Then all you need to do is put the 3 beer kegs on the counter.
Ew, it's grisly.
You think a teenage girl could have done that?
That's some Home Alone, like, just...
Sure, it was hard.
Yeah.
The kegs weighed 55 pounds each.
I guess the good thing is that he wasn't alive to experience
That's
it.
not impossible,
It seemed like
even
he
for a
died
teenage
before
girl.
he was brought to the cafe.
I guess it isn't impossible.
If there is some silver lining to how awful this
After
was.
that, you get on top of the counter, hook the other end of the wires to the kegs, and then,
Yeah,
what do you
it's-
think
it's
happens
really
if you kick the kegs off the
sometimes.
counter?
The 3 kegs weighed 165
Like with Mizuki's
pounds
mom,
altogether.
like it was something where like she was like strapped to
Renju
like
weighs
a
5 pounds
carousel
less.
with like an ice pick in her eye, and they keep on showing the image
Guess
of
that
it.
would make it pop.
But
The stuff with him is really brutal though. I feel
But
super
there
bad.
is one more
Whenever I have to look at it, I'm like, oh no.
What?
Considering the state of the crime scene, it's clear Renju was killed elsewhere and brought to where we found him. If Iris is the culprit, how did she move the body?
hey,
I know. You're going to say you couldn't have moved a 160-pound body.
Unfortunately for her, she could have.
How so?
How?
Let's see. Let's look at the watch. Look at this watch. The whole thing is so illegal. Yeah, it's pretty much something where we're trying to figure out exactly what's happening. They're keeping her against will without evidence, just badgering her. I guess just because she interacted with him before dying, now we're just like intimidating. It's like,
I know this watch. It's Renju's favorite. I found it inside an oil drum at
yeah,
Sunfish
she is.
Pocket.
I think she is. I think she is a teenager. It's pretty bad. Not saying police wouldn't do it, but yeah.
That means
intimidation.
The oil drum inside Sunfish Pocket.
That's where we found the
The
watch.
type that has a lid you can open, with about a 200-liter capacity. Empty, it weighs approximately 44 pounds.
Alright, let's present both of these things. I need more. Okay, one more. There we go. Oh man, it's starting to get a bit late. Should probably. I know I should probably.
Do you know
head
what
out
this
soon,
is?
But I have like one more thing to do in this room. I just need to
It's
get to
Renju's
the end of
favorite
this
watch.
investigation.
This was discovered inside an empty oil
I feel so
drum at
bad. I was
Sunfish
like,
Pocket.
in a half hour, I'll probably be gone. I was like, I got a little like.
Hey,
I got a little bit
I know
on a
you're on a
roll.
roll right now, but could you please report things like that according to protocol?
Way to go, boss. Saying that I'm on a roll too.
what are you trying to say?
I'm saying that it wouldn't
See,
be
like
so
something
hard
like
to move
Moore's
a body
wouldn't
if
be
it
able
were
to
in a
exist
cylinder.
without like being able to like type, without the key, without access to a keyboard.
You would just have to roll it.
So you're saying Renju's body was moved inside the drum, which is how the watch came off. But the suspect didn't notice it.
Oh, movie recommendation.
I'm not saying anything for
I'm
sure.
always all ears. I love. It's like I know my background is in a lot of like films, so it's very dark though. Sure thing. I've seen some pretty bad stuff. There was a Stan Brakhage like short that I saw in college that was like an autopsy. The teacher was like, look, if you're squeamish about this stuff, you can walk out. That was just like, look, I gotta power through this.
Just pointing out that it's possible.
It's not graphic, but it'll
do
make you
it.
cry. Oh, a trial by fire, nice. Man.
You don't even have
I always
any
like
witnesses.
I always like a movie that can just kind of like make me feel like I'm like opening a part of myself that like I'm like, oh, this cuts to the.
If I were
this cuts
rolling an
to
oil
my
drum in
core
the middle of
enough
the
that-
street, people would have noticed.
The movie, Blue.
You could have put it in a car and driven it.
I don't have a license.
Doesn't mean you can't drive.
Like the film's name is Blue, from 1993. I haven't heard of that one.
Even an AI can drive nowadays.
His final film released 4 months. I imagine that would probably be something that's very. That definitely just cuts to the spirit. His last days of living, yeah. It definitely feels like something I would be interested in seeing, just to be able to kind of be able to experience that. I think it's very important when you have films that feel like it's like a statement on or like art that feels like it's like a statement of where the artist was at that point, especially with this particular subject matter of like somebody who's going through AIDS-related complications. Like that's got to be something that's very intense, but also very important to see and understand. Like to be able to really truly be able to capture that kind of grief. I guess like the same kind of gravity that you would get from seeing like the large quilt or the patchwork quilt.
Are you mocking me?
Don't make sudden outbursts like that.
Wait, what was that last line? Even AI can drive nowadays.
You insulted me.
Just be quiet.
Who are you talking to?
I wonder if I've seen any of their other stuff as well. I guess a lot of their films were more British. Have I seen their version of The Tempest? Because I think I might have.
Anyway, Iris, you weigh about 105 pounds, right?
Where is this coming from?
If only you weighed more. Or less.
That is none of your business.
No, I mean that your weight is relevant to the case.
The color blue the whole time.
If the oil drum was used to transport the corpse, then the possibility of the suspect being around 105 pounds is extremely likely.
Why do you say that?
Let's see. We gotta do. Let's see. It would be the watch. Where is the watch? I guess it would probably be the oil drum. The way of the oil drum is one of the key clues, but there's something else. It would be the elevator record, because that is when. What's it called?
Sunfish
We know
Pocket
who
is
came and
located
left.
on the second floor. According to the records, from 6:30 p.m. until the body was found, the elevator stopped on the second floor only once, at 8:55 p.m. The total weight detected in the elevator was approximately 310 pounds.
I need 3 pieces of evidence. There are others. Let's see. There's Renju's weight. Oh. Renju weighs approximately 160 pounds. Yeah, this is Speed Grapher. It's like, this is No More Heroes. It's like, that's definitely like somebody. Like, Suda51 would probably call this guy, like, he would probably name him after, like, what's it called? Like, Ian Curtis from... And, like, he'd be, like, one of the people you have to fight. Alright.
Iris, on which floor is Sunfish Pocket located?
Alright.
On the second floor.
That's right. So, I checked the elevator records. Before the corpse was discovered, the elevator only stopped at the second floor once. At 8:55 p.m. And we discovered that the total cargo weight on the elevator was about 310 pounds. Renju weighed 160. The oil drum weighs 44. Together, that's about 205. Subtracting that from 310.
This doesn't look good.
Why are you?
Now, this obviously doesn't prove you're the murderer. A lot of people weigh 105 pounds.
It's like we're just doing this to scare you.
Or someone could have
Which is
put
probably
105
really
extra
bad
pounds in the
coming
elevator,
from the
sent
police
it up, and
department.
taken the stairs to throw us off the trail. However,
Like intimidation is
Doctor,
very
stop.
dubious.
Iris is acting strange. Don't turn around.
why not?
Just stay put. Keep your eyes on the wall.
Let's see how this goes.
There are several cameras in this room. 2 surveillance cameras installed at the corners of the ceiling, and 1 camera on a tripod. I hacked each to gain access to their recordings. Look at this.
Now look at this.
She's fidgeting around. Is she doing something under the desk?
Oh, she's
That's
texting.
what it looks like, but we need to confirm something.
You didn't
before we
confiscate her
confront
phone?
We need to know that
Oh,
she is
brother.
in fact doing something under the desk.
Without turning around?
Yes.
How would I do that?
This thing. Let's see. Hopefully it doesn't get in this cuts. I know it's like 16 seconds. No. Please. Hopefully this cutscene isn't too long. So I can, what's it called? To cut off.
Ah, shit.
They're accusing me of a lot of stuff. It's okay, I'm here for you. Oh, oh, it's as being protective.
Iris, what are you thinking?
Trying to leak evidence to
What is that
Ota.
thing?
That thing's a phone. You haven't heard of one?
Hey, answer me, Iris.
She's definitely hiding something, Date.
Date.
Sync with her.
Iris is experiencing REM sleep. Medication is working perfectly.
I'm not quite ready for the sync.
How about it, Date? Think you can do it?
No.
Not a problem.
It's like
Get
I don't want to
started.
sync.
The time limit is 6 minutes.
No. Why?
So before time is up,
I know.
No. No. I don't want to play more.
then let's begin.
What is this place?
Let's see. Alright. I guess I should probably save over this. Thinking now that I'm here. Let's see, this is 123. So let me see what happens when I go back to the main menu. If that is a thing that it can do. Just flowcharts, files. Oh, that would have been in the menu. Let me test this out a moment. Oh, start the Somnium over. This quit, return to the menu. Because I know I want to probably end it here because it's been some time. But let me check and see if that worked. Because if so, oh, I guess it's the autosave. So even if I did quit from there. Oh, this is just what's it called? Everything that's happened since then. Alright.
What is this place?
Yep, we're all good. Perfect. Yeah, these are just all the PS4 games I've accrued over the years. Quite a bit of stuff. Some of it I've finished, some of it I still need to finish. But what's it called? A lot of these I end up getting from like discounts over the years. But I think I might head out. Maybe try to see if I can find some food. Right. Thank you all for coming along. It was so awesome to be able to see some new faces. Especially since everyone was so interactive and so engaged with everything. I feel like I's a really good game to be able to stick with. I feel like it feels really nice to just be able to kind of just not only get into a game that's really funny and really clever, but also something where I'm able to have like a lot more deeper conversations about kind of just like things within my background or things within my wheelhouse, because I think that the things that we interact with on a regular basis are things that are worth discussing. Didn't even talk about we didn't even talk about AI once, so it's the impressive part. Yeah, because you end up sort of creating like an extra part to that simulation where now it's just a recreation of like using machine learning to be able to kind of like recreate the human experience. And sometimes it can be just like being able to put in mathematical equations at a quicker pace, and then other times it could be taking other people's kind of like snippets of other people's like voices and artwork and such and being able to replicate them to such a, I guess, scary degree. A lot of it's pretty frightening, but a lot of it's also just kind of something where like a lot of what we're probably going to have to encounter at some point is like exactly what limitations we would have with like what we create, or like what limitations should be set so that like the future stops looking like that in such a way. Making a joke about the game's title, it's called I, because I think that what's it called? They play around with it quite a bit. Like during like the interrogation, like there was that whole like back and forth exchange with Iba about like how she could like pilot a car. Like she could potentially be able to control a car and knows how to, but because of like her own like kind of connection and relationship with like Date that was coded into her like kind of behavioral patterns, like she's able to have enough autonomy to be able to know when exactly she wants to use her information, because a lot of her AI, or a lot of it, part of the title's a pun on eye, because what's it called, Date's like left eye, or one of Date's eyes is where Iba like lives in. That like yellow eye is actually like a form that she takes, along with just like the little like kind of like I guess lobster kind of like lady, but also the little hamster. But I feel like what a lot of the game wants to tackle is like kind of how we sort of have that sort of interaction relationship where machine can become flesh, or a machine can have a sort of human learning experience with a person. and how some of it's able to replicate stuff. Even with things like, what's it called, character AI, where people have like really deep and emotional like as conversations with a computer that just happens to either capture the character that it's supposed to capture or is trying their best to try to like control the flow of a conversation in a way that's not going to cause legal liability. You know the romance game Digital Love Story? I don't, but it'd be interesting to look into. A game in the style of 80s and 90s computers where you talk to a chatbot. So I guess it's something where maybe like with that game, like you probably get a different outcome each time maybe when you try to talk with somebody, because it's all kind of part of that learning structure. So interesting. It'd be really interesting to look into this, or at least be able to see how a lot of people's playthroughs end up going. It seems like it has kind of a direct sort of like beginning, middle, and ends, but a lot of it relies on your interaction with the system to be able to get to that destination. And it probably ends up being a way to be able to test exactly what a video game is. Because what is it something where like controlling your keyboard is like the same interface as controlling a controller? But at the same time, because a keyboard can like directly talk, and because it's a pain in the ass to type on a controller, like you have a much different interaction with a video game if a lot of it is like something that you can just enter in a prompt and it kind of starts to learn along the way. Because like things have gotten a lot more sophisticated since things like a Commodore 64 kind of like I guess kind of like choose your own adventure like novel, or like Typing of the Dead, to like the culmination of that kind of interactivity with something like this, or with something where it starts to kind of pick up on your behavior, or like reads or like when you have like a game that reads like your like I guess your user information from your actual computer and broadcast it, and you're just like, what is this? I think there's been a few recent horror games that do that, or even something like Undertale where like it starts to really mess with like your files and such as you start to kind of interact further with it. There's a sort of interactivity that's connected to not just a player's interaction with like I guess the CPU, but also the CPU's interaction with you. It's a little haunting, but when it's done like in a way that kind of feels like isolated from like I guess when it feels like it's in a more controlled environment, it feels a little bit more like a way to be able to call into question what playing a video game, what is the out of body like role playing experience that someone would have with a game, and how much of yourself do you bring into this, like like avatars and such, like character creators, like different like blank slate like protagonists where you kind of put a part of yourself into either a pre-made character or like one that you can create from the top down. Like, what is your interaction with a Pokemon game if there's as much of yourself in a avatar? How much of Metaphor, like Refuntatio, is a part of yourself if you're interacting to things the same way that like you would if you were like the protagonist? It's really interesting stuff to look into. I think I might head out. But in case this is your first time, I'm Roka. I am an alien from beyond the stars. One of the ways you'd be able to find out I'm an alien is through my eyes. But another way you're able to find it is through my beauty mark here. So I have a little ability where if I poke my beauty mark, and I poke the mic, I can send out all kinds of positive vibes across the airwaves. Oh, thank you so much. I hope to see more of you, Sengorku. This is so amazing. Have a wonderful rest of the weekend. Tomorrow I'll be streaming Persona 3 Reload around like 10:30, I believe. Like, but those are usually a bit shorter because that's around like usually within like 2 hours I'm like I need lunch. But it's nice to be able to stream on Saturdays, and like at first I'll like try to stream for like 2 or 3 hours and I'll get super ambitious and pull a fourth one out of my pocket. But thank you so much. Until tomorrow, I'll be able to see you all. I'll be seeing you all. Bye.